Okay, so I think that we can officially start our conference. Good morning, everybody, once again. I repeat my name. My name is Marta Chmielewska-Anielak. I'm the project's coordinator in Społeczna Akademia Nauk. On my own behalf and on behalf of our director of the International Project Department, Aleksandra Zając, I welcome you very warmly. First of all, I welcome all the participants. I welcome our guests, Mrs. Sonia Schramek-Kracz and Mrs. Anna Mróz. I welcome the representatives of our national agency of Erasmus Plus projects, and of course, I welcome very, very warmly our partnership, without whom it would be impossible to achieve such a great results in our project. Our conference is titled Multilingualism in 21st Century, Promoting Europe's Linguistic and Cultural Treasure Among Multicultural Families. And I really regret that due to the pandemic situation, I cannot meet with all of you face to face, because it would be really nice. And I really prefer this form of running the conference. Nevertheless, I hope that our online conference will be also sufficient and will be also smooth and interesting as it was run lively. Before I start to introduce you to our project, I will tell some organizational issues that will help us to go through the conference very smoothly. Now I will share my screen so you can see the presentation. Okay. Okay. Okay, so after all the joining by all participants the meeting, me, the host, I will mute everybody in order to avoid the feedback or unwanted sounds and unannounced statements. So please keep your microphones and cameras off during the whole conference while are you not speaking. If any participants want to speak, she or he should click on the hand symbol on the function bar, and this symbol will appear next to his or her names. And then the organizer, meaning me, will uncheck this symbol, which means that I give you the floor. And participants from the list will be given the floor one by one, for whom the symbol of raised hand appears firstly. So when I unclick this hand symbol and it disappears next to the participant's name, it means that she or he can turn on the microphone and start talking. And we anticipate that the possibility of speaking up to 3 people after each finished presentation is possible. So at the same time for asking questions after a given speech is up to 10 minutes. If someone fails to ask a question or is omitted by me, sorry for that, then he has the opportunity to write her question on the chat, and readers will try to answer it during the conference or after it ends. In the Files tab that you can see at the upper bar on your screen, there is the conference Teams toolbar. There is placed a folder called Conference Materials. When I uploaded the meeting agenda, the program of the conference, the tutorial, how to use the Microsoft Teams, and there will be also, or they are already uploaded, the speakers' presentations, or some of them will appear after the conference. In the One More tab, we have included the evaluation questionnaire, which is very important for us, that should be completed after the conference. And completing the questionnaire is a condition for receiving a participation certificate. If any technical problems arise during the conference, for example, with logging, with connection, etc., please correspond to the following address, which is shown on the screen, and you should also receive the emails from the address with the login and password, so you should know it. And then our IT specialists will try to provide you with answers on an ongoing basis. So now I will show you shortly the important Microsoft Teams functionalities. So at the top bar, you can see the general tab, which means that you are in our conference team. You can see the entries when somebody can, for example, put their questions or chat with each other. You can see the tab files, the class notebook, tasks, grades, and one more. And during the conference, the most important for us will be this entries tab. In this section, you can see all the changes, adding, removing participants done by administrator, which is not very interesting for you, but it's very important for me. And there will be information about the start and end of the meeting with an existing team or preview of a conversation between participants. Then in the Files tab, you can see additional tabs like Add New Files, Upload Files, Copy Link, Download. For you, very important tab is the tab Download, because from this conference material folder, you can download all the materials that we already uploaded there. And this is what I've already told to everybody. And another very important tab for us during the conference is the one more tab where we put the evaluation questionnaire to be completed by participants after the conference. So other tabs like class notebook, task, grades, and plus are not very important right now. You will not be using them during the conference, but maybe you can use them after the conference is finished. And when I'm sharing my screen, you can, of course, also on your screen, you can see such functionalities like a symbol of camera, of microphone, of arrow in the box, three dots, hand, chat symbol, people symbol, and the ring phone. And by clicking the camera, some of you already know it, you can be visible on the screen. The same with microphone. When you click on it, you can be heard. Of course, when you click it again, you can mute yourself. The arrow in the box is the one of the most important ones, because using it, you can share the screen. The three dots are the other functionalities. Please do not record this meeting, because I already done it. So it is now recorded. So other functionalities are not very important right now, but I think that maybe I will show them to you, because maybe in future you will want to use them. And the other symbols like hand, by clicking this symbol, it will be visible next to your name. So according to the general rules I already introduced you, if you want to have a voice, please click on this symbol. The chat box allows you to go to see the conversation between participants. People allows you to see the names of all participants and their activity. And earphone allows to start, finish the connection. Okay, and if you want to share the screen, you should click on this arrow in the box symbol. Then before, for example, start to share your screen, and for example, if you want to share the presentation with sound, you have to check this box below the main screen, which means that you can use the sound. And when you check it, then you have to choose the screen you want to share. And after that, the presentation or the video will be visible on your screen, and everybody who is participating in the conference can see and can hear this presentation. So this is it. What is regarding to the organizational issues. If you have some other questions, please do not hesitate to ask them. But please use rather this email or chat. I won't be able to answer all of the questions during the conference because I'm running it. Although during the presentations, I will be checking all the questions and all the conversation on the chat box. So give me some time if I don't, because I won't be able to do it constantly. I will be do it progressively. So now I would like to introduce you in our project. Our project is called Multilingual Families Clubs, Promoting the Linguistic and Cultural Treasure of Europe. Originally, it has started at 1st November 2017, and it should last until the 30th of April this year. But because of the COVID breakdown, it was prolonged until the end of September. So as you can see, it will finish soon. But it is almost finished by means of the whole intellectual outputs that we elaborated during this almost 3 years partnership and collaboration between the partners. The partnership consists of 7 partners, our academy, our University of Social Sciences from Poland. We are the coordinator of the project. There were also Associazione Innovamentis, from Italy, MBA Training and Development Center from UK, Language School Pelikan from Czech Republic, Fundacja Understanding, our Polish partner from Krakow, Directorate of Education from Turkey, and our associated partner CFC Moveta from Switzerland. And we merged our collective experience and specific fields in the field of multicultural education to develop the multilingual families clubs activity. And each of the IO was translated into 5 languages. So we can see the results of our work at our webpage. And we also created the YouTube channel. On this YouTube channel, we uploaded all the films that we elaborated during the whole project, but also there is a promoting film, which was recorded at the very beginning of the project when the project started. So I really encourage you to see that channel because it's very interesting. And the Multilingual Families Club idea is based on the experience of similar institutions that have been established and are successfully running across developed countries in Western Europe. The main objective of the project was to preserve the languages and cultures of immigrants living in the European Union and to promote multilingualism in European society. And the main goals, the project was targeted at preserving languages and culture of immigrants living in the European Union and promoting multilingualism among the European society. These people represent a linguistic treasure for Europe and one that must be preserved to enhance the linguistic and multicultural diversity of Europe. And to preserve this treasure into the second generation, the children of immigrants and linguistically diverse parents is vital as a continuing linguistic resource. This can be done in different forms. And one of these forms are multilingual families clubs that are the community-based language clubs in which both children and adults engage in various activities, acquiring multiple languages simultaneously. The underlying concept is that anyone at any age can preserve rooted, sometimes less widely spoken languages as acquiring new languages given a conducive setting for language acquisition. And the most important target groups that we address this project was adult educators working with multilingual families, adults, parents, relatives who face problems and barriers preserving their family language, like migrants, refugees, mixed families, adults in partner countries, local societies who would like to learn or teach their children another language, example, expats, language teachers, teachers teaching bilingual, multilingual children in their classroom, some immigrants and partners associations that might exist in local society, families with parents speaking more than one language with potential to bring up their children as bilinguals, children whose parents have a different first language, for example, from the language of the country they live, and local societies or of families in partner countries interested in multilingualism and cultural diversity of Europe. And during the whole project, we elaborated 6 intellectual results. And the first one, it was a manual for educators, teachers with suggestions how to create and manage successful multilingual clubs. The second one was activities and games. It was a manual for children designed to promote multilingualism and to be played at school, to be used by teachers. The third one, it was another methodological guide for educators, how to encourage parents to educate their multilingual children in informal environment. And the fourth IO refers to, it guides parents how to collect, it's some kind of collection of activities and games to play at home. Then we elaborated audiovisual learning scenarios on multilingualism within the family. This is the video testimonials of families successfully bringing up their children multilingually, as well as representatives of many associations for migrants, other organizations. And finally, the last one, the multilingual clubs in service training program, which is some kind of, it consists some kind of, let's say, summary, the summing up of the previous IOs, and its main aim is to teach adult educators interested in supporting multilingual families in developing their linguistic and cultural potential. And this is the short introduction, because in a moment I will invite one by one our presenters, my partners, who were the leaders of particular IOs. So they will present you in more details the particular IOs. So now I would like to thank for your attention, and I will stop to share my screen right now, but before I do that, I will now would like to invite Bo Daskalova. She's the researcher and trainer at MBM Training and Development Center, and she will present you in details the IO1. Bo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Bo, if you could share the screen with your presentation, that would be great.
Yep, that's what I'm trying actually to do.
So you can use this arrow in the box.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually doing at the moment. So,
and then
yeah.
you can choose the dashboard or the window you want to share.
Yeah, I do believe that now it's shared. Can you see it?
Something is going on. We have to wait, maybe.
All right, maybe it's loading.
Okay, we can see that.
All right, great. So I'm gonna skip actually the slide that was introducing all other intellectual outputs, because Marta already went through them briefly, and we'll hear about them in detail from each of us. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cover specifically the intellectual output 1, which is a manual, which is called Let's Do It Together, and it's called the Conceptual Manual on Multilingual Families Clubs. Just to say something about us, because MBM Training and Development Center has been leading this intellectual output. We are a training center based in Liverpool, United Kingdom, and we have been working on multicultural family clubs for about 7 years before we joined this project. So we had some experience, and for us was really interesting and exciting to work together with our partners from this project to outline the manual. So what was the manual about? It was about studying on the obstacles that non-formal multilingual education faces in the partner countries, namely Poland, Czech Republic, Turkey, Italy, UK, and Switzerland. Basically, the manual seeks to study on the local learning needs of each partner country and provide guidelines and practical tips on how to organize, manage, and sustain multi-families club. So the 3 stages: first, organizing, initiating, managing, and sustaining, were all actually covered by the manual. About the target groups. For whom was the manual actually created? It was aiming at multilingual families and parents, those who manage child and teen non-formal educational activities in multilingualism, those interested to establish a multilingual club for children and youngsters with or without parents' participation. And of course, for all those engaged on planning or getting engaged now with active promotion of family-supported multilingualism in order to boost children's multilingual development. So you can see it's actually a broad variety of beneficiaries that could actually directly benefit from using the manual, and we try to cover as many as possible groups of people that could use it and benefit from it. The practical approaches. We don't want just to create the next theoretical book. We don't want to create actually something that talks in general, but we want it to be very particular, very concrete, and to really seek for eventual practical application of the manual. So the first step we had was to create a need assessment on local context analysis. So each of our partners had researched in the country how were the needs, what were the needs of the specific groups that we have mentioned above. They made local contextual analysis, and then we proceeded into trying to draft the guidance on establishing a multilingual family clubs. We had a set of step-by-step practical tips on how to manage multilingual child and teen non-formal educational activities and establish a multilingual club for children and youngsters with or without parents' participation. And within the next slides, you're going to see what were those kind of tips, what kind of practicalities were actually covered. In addition, we also worked on researching good practices on running multilingual family clubs in each partner countries, meaning that all partners in UK, Italy, Switzerland, Turkey, Poland, and Czech Republic have made their own local research on trying to find out what can we learn from studying on the good practices developed in each country, in each local context. Because as I said above, we really wanted to be specific and practical on how to proceed with that. Some facts about the manual. It has been created first in a PDF format, but we also have printed it in hard copies. The length was 60 pages because we wanted to make it really transferable and translatable as well. The main language is English, and it contains different kind of information in other languages as well. The content. So we basically separated the content in 7 general chapters. The first one is glossary of terms, which covers the specific let's say professional or more focused terms on the manual. Then we have the key terms explained. So we narrowed a little bit the general glossary of terms into a shorter amount of key terms, and we further explain them because we want to know that everybody that works with the manual has a conceptual clarity on what exactly we are covering with that. After that, we have proceeded to explaining what was our research methodology. So we have worked on a desk research, meaning that we covered lots of books that have been published, we covered online research, and we also did face-to-face interviews. So we had both desk research and field research. We met people in each partner country that have been already running such clubs or have been on the process of establishing such clubs, and we wanted to hear from them. What were the challenges? What were the good practices? So we tried to learn in a mixed research methodology, both as researchers and field research workers as well. So we really did cover a lot of local research on the way of preparing that manual. Then we focused on the specific local context because, as I mentioned on the previous two slides, we didn't want to speak in general. We didn't want to speak in principle. We wanted to be very concrete, we wanted to be very specific, and we wanted to ensure that we meet the needs of the local beneficiaries. So what was very important is to focus on the local context. Well, next, we tried to focus on how to establish and run a multilingual family club. So we were giving specific tips for everybody who was interested to establish such a club on how to proceed. We covered the legal framework from the legal perspective. We covered lots of practicalities on how to link with the community, how to link even with the media, to broadcast, to make a local marketing analysis on the specific needs, and then jump into the sea of creating such a multilingual club, because that could be a challenge from various different perspectives. And we wanted to ensure that we cover all, or if not all, most of those perspectives. Well, as I said, we already have worked on good practices of multilingual family clubs across Europe. So in the manual, you can find this kind of coverage with the good practices from each country, where we can see how people already have done it. We can learn from those things. And finally, we have appended research questionnaires and samples for everybody who wanted to get really professional into that. So you can see some really developed professional materials at the end of the document. Okay. As I promised, I'm going to tell you briefly on what kind of terms we have covered in our glossary of terms. So we explained there what is first language, what is native language, second language, and then we further went on clarifying the concepts, especially in Europe, on how minority languages and majority languages are perceived. Then we spoke a little bit about the concept of native bilingual and multilingual person, further going on bilingual, multilingual families, and then elaborating on what is a family language policies, especially within European Union and in our European format. We explained the concept of multilingualism, and then we further went on discussing about multilingual education. So these were practically the 8 main terms we have covered in our glossary of terms. And then, as you remember from the slide above, we went to explaining into more detail the key terms. So we went in depth in bilingualism and multilingualism. First, we frameworked the European context. What's specific about the bilingualism and multilingualism in Europe? Then we narrowed down our overview on discussing bilingualism and multilingualism in the family. And last but not least, we really wanted to outline what are the benefits for the child development of multilingualism, which is very important for many parents and many adult educators when they need to get reasoning of what they're doing, when they need to really debate and channel further on the arguments of why multilingual family clubs are important and very beneficial for the children. Then we further went to multilingual families, family language policies, and multilingual family clubs. Once again, this went a little bit developed further on from the key terms explained and put broader on European context. Right. The research focus. What was the research focus and how multilingualism and multilingual family clubs have been developed from the research perspective? We worked on how to start, manage, and sustain, as I said, the 3 key stages of developing multilingual family clubs. Then we studied on the community outreach of parents' local target groups, and we wanted to see what kind of skills for diversity management and program designs are needed for somebody who wants to establish, run, and sustain multilingual family clubs. And last but not least, we wanted to learn from relevant good practices in each and very project partner country as Poland, Italy, UK, Czech Republic, Turkey, and Switzerland. As I mentioned above, we used three main research methodologies: the mixed methods, the desk research, and the field research. And we believe that within such a project that seeks for very practical approaches, that's really essential using the mixed methods, because we are seeking, to repeat once again, at a wider community outreach and at really reaching a practicality level. So each partner collected good practices, each partner outlined the challenges and the opportunities, both from a theoretical perspective and from a field research perspective, meaning that we met real people. We met real challenges, we faced real issues, and we tried to elaborate on them. We tried to focus on creating a more discussion on these challenges and trying to offer something to solve those kind of issues and challenges that our colleagues and peers are actually facing in the specific partner countries. When talking about the overview of the local context, we actually looked at the local dimensions of multilingualism, speaking about, first, what kind of concept of multilingualism we have in each country. Because through the project, we realized sometimes there must be some misconceptions about how multilingualism is perceived in local countries in different situations. We wanted to find out about the national legal framework. Of course, within European Union, there were not really any conceptual disparities between the legal frameworks, and the same was also with Switzerland. There was practically the same, very much human rights orientated legal framework approach to multilingualism and multiculturalism in our countries, as European Union is bound with these kind of values, because multiculturalism and multilingualism are European values. And we could see this also out of the European Union in our partner country, Switzerland, that we could see practically the same, very much human rights-based approach to education and to multiculturalism. Well, last but not least, we spoke about family language policies. And of course, because this is very much culture related, these kind of policies broadly varied from different countries. They were not conflicting, they were more like complementary to each other, but it was very interesting to study on them and also to make sure that we take this into consideration when running a club in each and every specific country. Then going to the role of the family as a contextual influence in promoting multilingualism, we wanted to see the local family dimensions in multilingualism, the role of migrant and minority families in developing, and of course, very importantly, attitudes to multilingualism in the different local communities and families. Because we don't only look at country-specific models, we wanted also to look at communities, because every community is actually carrying their own concept of multilingualism, their own concept of multicultural understanding. So we wanted to show this kind of cultural sensitivity when we run specific multilingual clubs in each and every community. And I believe we managed to cover this well in our project, because partners have been very elaborate and very sensitive to that issue in order to reach a really professional model for that. Establishing and running a multicultural family club, of course, gets very specific. So we very much wanted to warn our beneficiaries of how ambitious mission is that, and how important it is to provide safe space for the families to be able to share and grow together in multiculturalism, but also to create a platform to promote positive language development in children from multilingual families. So we wanted to make sure that people understand that it's not only about managing non-formal learning activities with families and children, but also delivering a wide range of multilingual promotional activities in the wider community. We divided in different stages the manual. So speaking about the preparation stage, we wanted to make sure that people consider 5 main points. First, the local marketing research, which is really crucial before you start any kind of activities, including a multilingual family club. Then Know how you'll use your club before you design its legal structure. Also very important when you choose what kind of legal structure to make. Developing the club's social and educational policies prior to starting the activities. Planning on staffing and funding, of course, and carefully reflect on criticism and learning from it. The initiation stage, we wanted to make sure that beneficiaries are comfortable in initiating a field research with the local community, carefully planning organizational aspects and content of the initiation meeting of the club in the local community, holding a meeting with good support from the core team of the club, and of course, planning the next meetings, and importantly, preparing a development plan. So these stages have been really covered carefully and detailedly in our manual. Then further going to the incorporation stage, choosing a legal structure, setting vision and mission, writing a constitution, of course, opening a bank account because funds are important for any multilingual family club, structuring the core team and making a task division, and then further going to the realization stage. Very importantly, setting groups of activities, gathering resources, focusing on human resources, and very importantly, we dedicated some work on explaining how can you gather volunteers and not just only relate on paid staff, which might be important, but they shouldn't really be the key and the only staff that we're using. Staff training, a very important point. Securing and managing premises, establishing and maintaining a family-friendly policy, a very, very important point in every community, and of course, creating a responsive child-friendly environment. You know, in all our countries, we have very strict rules when we have to do any kind of activities with children, so the child-friendly environment is very important to be thought of well in advance before we establish the club, and very specifically when we realize it. So once we have actually initiated, incorporated, and realized the club, we have to make sure that it's sustainable. So we have a chapter in which we speak about the challenges and opportunities when you have to create a sustainability for your multilingual family club. So first, we spoke about the financial sustainability, which refers to ensuring a steady flow of funds and generating revenues from maintaining and continuing the club. Then institutional organizational sustainability, which usually refers to ensuring proper working of your organization and institution. And last but not least, programmatic sustainability, meaning that it's important to continue the projects and the programs of the organization when you no longer have support of donors. If you started this way, it's very important you know that you have the confidence and the business mind to be able to continue without these funds. Then we proceeded to the good practices that have been created and collected through a very serious field research done by our partners, as I mentioned above. So we considered a good practice for a multilingual family club not only to be a practice that is good, but also one that has been proven to work well and produce good results on multilingual development of both children and parents. We kept in mind that a successful experience at both small groups and large community levels is a practice that has been tested and validated in the broad sense, has been repeated and deserves to be shared so that more people can adapt it. So we focused on something that European Union called transferability. We wanted to make sure that if a practice is good, let's say in a small community in Italy, it's going to be also good and transferable in Poland or in Switzerland. So that kind of transferability was one of the criteria when we have been selected the good practices to publish in our manual. So the local and national good practices were mapped within establishment of multicultural family clubs, management of multicultural family clubs, and sustainability, meaning that good practices in marketing of sustainability and growth can only be also been taken into consideration and presented in the manual for our beneficiaries to be able to learn. So what was the conclusion from what we have done? As a specific community center, the Multilingual Family Club is founded on the principles of community development, a process and philosophical approach which enables children and youth, families and communities to gain control over the factors that influence their multilingual development, as well as the improvement of their well-being in the broadest sense, meaning social, economic, political, and cultural well-being. In the case of multilingual family clubs, community development processes are about multilingual families and communities gaining the resources needed to take and maintain control over their unique cultures' preservation, developing multilingualism and promoting of multilingualism in our communities. I'd like to thank you for your attention. There is lots of wonderful information on our web project, the website of the project, multilingualclubs.eu. And of course, I'm available for any questions, clarifications, or for the provision of information on this intellectual output. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much for your fruitful speech. Are there any questions to Bo? You can ask them now by clicking the hand symbol. We will wait for a couple of minutes. Maybe somebody wants to ask a question. I cannot see now the hand symbol next to any of the names. Maybe some of you are writing through the chat.
I can see Atan Furkan. Right?
Okay, so.
Do I need to click?
Yeah, now I can see it. Yeah.
All right.
So please.
So can I talk now?
Yes.
Yeah, you can talk. Welcome.
Thank you for the presentation that you made. So I am asking about the research paper. Can you share us?
Well, the research that we have done is practically included in the manual. So when we have the chapter with the methodological research, the chapter of good practices and the appendixes is practically the results of the research that we have made. And the questionnaires are also part of the methodology, and they have been put in appendixes in our manual.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, or we can go to the next presentation?
I don't see anybody.
Yes, I cannot see anybody as well. So now we can move to the next presentation. I would like to introduce the next presenter, which is Adam Bednarek. Adam is a teacher and trainer in Department of English Philology in our academy. So please, Adam, the floor is yours. So if you could share your screen and start your presentation, you are very welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope that you can also see me because I have activated my camera. Yes, hello and welcome everyone to this presentation. I would like to focus on the results that we had when creating what was called, and here I'm going to share my screen, the repository. So this is what we call Let's Play with Languages. I'm a linguist by trade, so I've been dealing with languages all my life. I'm a bilingual at the same time, as most of my background was being brought up with two languages, that is English and Polish, originally in Canada. So that I actually grew up in having to focus on a Polish household, but being in a Canadian environment, which is, again, multilingual because, again, English and French. So with all the many cultures living there, so I guess I was chosen for the program because of my background. So I'm here to present the basics of our work, which me and Dr. Halina Mayer and also Dr. Ewa Wiśniewska were involved in at one point. I am, again, a linguist. Dr. Halina Mayer is also a linguist, but an expert in language teaching. And we all had to sit down and think of this from the point of view of best linguistic practice and also psycholinguistic approach into how children learn languages, how they interact, and with all the very basics of what communication stands for. So what we came up with is a manual of activities and games for children and parents so that they can try to recreate within these multilingual language clubs the most multicultural and multilingual environment in order for the child to proceed. So the form of the output is what we call a repository. The repository has become a collection of 50 activities and various games that were created for children. Now, these games involve activities that kids at that age or at these certain ages when they're acquiring, they're not learning. And that's the basic thing that we have to understand is there's a difference between learning a language and acquiring. So acquisition of a language is, if I could explain this in simple terms, it's like when you drive, or when you used to drive to work, you would pass by certain stores. You would pass by certain specific points in your reality, but you were not learning them by heart, but you were gaining them by experience. So even now, if you have to go to your local store, you know exactly what kind of trees, you know exactly what kind of cars or anything else along the way, but you never actually, learned it, meaning by sitting down and looking at a map. So what happens is you subconsciously acquire these skills. So acquiring a language as opposed to learning a language by heart is by far what was most important here. And this can only be done by practice. All right. So in this case, by playing, by singing, by drawing, by coloring, and various physical activities that a child can do, by watching videos and then taking part in them. So they were meant to be used in the multilingual family clubs under the supervision of the specified educator to work on these language and cultural patterns. Because again, you might ask the very question, what comes first, language or culture? Does culture determine language, or does language determine culture? Well, that's a very fascinating question, but the answer is not so simple. But the whole importance of this element of the general approach to creating this repository is how we can use language as a way to retain cultural patterns within an individual. So to give you an outline of how the manual is prepared, it basically consists of a preface. The preface is direct information for the tutor or to the teacher. Think of it as something that explains to the person who's going to be involved in language learning that the acquisition and therefore cultural acquisition or cultural retention of these elements within the language, within the child's memory, within the kid's everyday kind of exposition will require the retention of that original culture. So in the introduction to the activities, we have a presentation of the structure, in other words, how it should be used. Then we have the index of activities. And these have been numbered, alphabetically arranged, displaying age group. They are suitable for the keywords, language skills, and one sentence description of each activities. And as you can see, there are 1 to 50 activities, so as much as 50. You have definitions of technical, and here we go into psycholinguistic and sociolinguistic elements. Because they by far are, again, as I said previously, they're most important because it is practice of the culture, it is practice of the language, it's in use that is most important, as opposed to sometimes maybe algorithmically tailored practices of remembering. Because the fact that your memory cannot store more information that it can. Sometimes you have to get rid of certain memory aspects in order to store new elements. So that basically disrupts the entire system. So here, if we do this as a practice, as a form of social or linguistic behavior, then it actually starts allowing the child to retain these elements. And finally, we end with a bibliography. What's most important is that it is the parents who are crucial to this part of the thing. We cannot leave everything to society. We cannot leave everything to the schools. We cannot leave everything to the instructors, because that's one of the biggest mistakes that we're now making in general education, is that parents are going out of the educational system. They're hoping that it is the teacher or any of the instructor, the private tutor, what have you, which goes into the learning process, that, okay, we'll let that person take over, we're going out of it. That doesn't mean that you can, of course, interfere with all the activities of the instructor, but it means that parents should not be away from the educational system. If we want to retain the linguistic and cultural preservation of the parent culture within the child, then we cannot allow that for the parent to go away and simply not participate in all these activities. Therefore, it is you, the parent, who is invited to take part in these activities, because this is where the child is getting the most practice from. So there's never going to be a bigger bond as between a parent and a child. Therefore, if a child is left only to learning, as opposed to, again, acquiring these skills from interaction with the parent, many of these things will not be successful. So the idea behind selecting the activities is that we will maximize the motivation of the children from families, right? So it is from the family, and it is increasingly important for the family to be involved in the activities of the language club. So if a child has more than one language to communicate with their parents, they're meant to encourage parents to help their children to learn and actively use their family languages. So from different standpoints, if the father speaks language X and the mother speaks language Y, then it is imperative for both the father and the mother, so both the X and the Y, the plus and the minus, the 1 and the 0, or 0 and the 1, however you want to put it in terms of algorithmic terms, to equally participate in the child's development, in the child's psycholinguistic development, in order for the retention of that particular language behavior. So it's not only the language club. So it's not that you send your child for 1 hour a week, or I don't know, 2 hours a week to a specific place and say, okay, this is where you're going to learn these things. No, you have to actively practice them at home. So do not conform to a single one. And showing that this being different in all of this is very, very important. So the main goal is based on the belief that, and here I quote, multiple language families should aim for supporting bilingualism and multilingualism among their children, so as to foster the retention of the parents' culture through language, thus giving the children an advantage in our globalized world. And here, you know, we can speak for hours and hours on how much the retention of different cultures and different languages can actually push the child and future generations, the posterity, forward in understanding. Because what we need to understand, us, as people responsible, solely responsible for what is going on in the current world, is that because we have become easily interconnected through the internet, just as even today, through, well, before the COVID situation, before traveling, becoming multilingual and multicultural, we've been going away from domination of certain cultures or languages over the other, although, of course, yes, English is the lingua franca, so it is a communicative language, but it's important that the child retains that multicultural and thus multilinguistic heritage of both the parents. If it's a UK-based, Polish, Swiss, Turkey, Czechia, whatever connection, it's extremely important. And language is the key here, right? If we're talking about intercultural communication, then intercultural communication begins through language. If you want to look at earlier linguistic theories, we have the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which means that we perceive reality through the nature of our languages and the way that our languages are constructed. Therefore, the more, if even using computer terms or mathematical terms, the more complicated the algorithm, the more intellectually developed the child is and capable of understanding other cultures. You cannot just simply put a child in a classroom and talk about cultures. That child will have the understanding of the culture if it speaks the language, because it is able to understand within the culture. We have so many different constructions in languages, as we have a subject, verb, object, and then reverse, object, verb, subject. And obviously that inversion is going to create different realities of understanding what society is. Therefore, the first element in creating that intercultural, multicultural understanding is retention of culture through first and foremost language. So the main category for choosing the activities that we discussed was age-based. And we decided to separate the two activities into, depending on whether they're from what we call 0 to 6 age, so from an early toddler to a very young child activity. So we would then focus on certain motor activities and brain activities which were being developed at the ages between being born and 6 years old. And then on the second group, which is between 6 and 10, so creation of certain traits and lines of thought in development in the 0 to 6 pattern, and then retaining them in the 6 to 10 group. So for the teachers, the criteria for choosing activities should also be based on their, and this is what we called cultural supporting effectiveness. So at this point, if we have a child who's 4 or 3 years old, it's not going to distinguish between culture differences. To that child, language and natural perception, touch, smell, and feeling will be the way that it is connected to the outside world, and the way that we foster their understanding through the language will be how we foster their culture supporting effectiveness. So the younger group will be focused, or is mainly focused, on listening and oral skills. So this is where we sing, chant, rhyme. These can be anything from nursery rhymes, which you learned when you were small children, or which you remember, which are characteristic for your culture. The child will then assume that generally playing with words, drawing, coloring, and physical activities, but connected to cultural elements that are present within each individual culture at this time, in order to start inputting certain patterns of thought or connections that the child will be working on. For anybody who's ever been an immigrant, we all know that cultural shock. We all know that when we're generally developed as adults, we arrive in a foreign culture and wow, we're overwhelmed by what is going on. And the whole point is, if we want to allow multilingualism and thus multiculturalism to proceed naturally, then the natural exposition of our native cultures to our child should be from, as we could say, from the get-go. Then it is assumed that children in the it is assumed that children in the older group will be able to engage in reading and writing, as well as, while still willingly participating in the fun activities together with children, will be capable to put that or translate that into everyday behavior. So regardless of the age group, all activities are based on elements of playing, group work, integration, sharing, which generally means community, right? So in this sense, we're building community through language. That's why the choice of these activities is extremely important, because they're not aimed at teaching grammatically correct sentences or focusing on the things that we usually do in tests, right? If we want to test, we want to see if somebody's performing, and that is not how languages work. Languages work in action. They work in practice, because only then, if it is treated as a natural element from the very beginning, can a child in the particular 0 to 6 or 6 to 10 group actually start taking part in these overall activities. So the topics and contents of the activities that we have chosen, they come from all different contributions sent over from us from all our partner countries. So as you can see, as some example titles, we have multilingual birds, creative language painting, cooking, languages and cultures, greeting cards. Today is the day. Guess what it is? It's start a family, song from my family country. So many of these things are quite as simple as that. Retaining within a fun activity the use of language. So again, the tool which we're using in order to understand reality, to explain it to us, to transfer it, right? Because we're all very much focused, of course, on sense and smell and look and touch and hearing, but it's the tool, thus the language, which we use in order to explain these things. Therefore, if a child starts thinking on multiple levels, on multiple layers of language and culture, it's going to become much more engaged in understanding of all these differences. Therefore, use these language things as a game in order to foster that attractiveness. So here is an example of an activity. So as you can see here at the top, we have the duration, that is time needed to perform the activity. The age recommendations, so this is either 06, 610, or both. You then have the keywords, which is the main focus of the activity. The languages of the original source. Somebody's on with the microphone, so that's really disturbing. If you can put it out if you're not part of the discussion, thank you. Languages of the original source. So if the source exists, if more than one language, please look at the mail. So then materials needed, all lists of materials needed for the activity. Then the aim of the activity, preparation, the procedure, significant benefit, and source of the activity. So in other words, this is a guideline for both the instructor and the teacher and the instructor in order how to perform it actively. Can somebody please check your microphones because I can hear a lot of noise in the background. Okay, thank you very much. So this is the amount. So it's, again, as I said, it's a way of performing to show you what you're doing, what you're focusing on, and how you should do it. So now, how to access this material? Well, the manual, as with all else in the project, was originally prepared in English, and then was translated into our partner languages. So we're talking about Czech, Italian, Polish, and Turkish. And then additionally, because this is what the speaker before me, Bo, was talking about, that we had to look into our major communities and see what kind of potential languages we have in our communities. So in Poland, definitely we're focusing on Russian, Ukrainian, and Slovak, but also with bits of German and Arabic. But if we looked at all the languages in which this had to be translated into, so that was Slovak, Russian, Romanian, Spanish, Bulgarian, Ukrainian, German, Arabic, and Farsi. So with the view of providing wide access to the materials, then the repository of activities became uploaded, so it is freely accessible without registration as an online database for any interested personas, specifically adult educators, those working with languages, those working with multilingual families, and of course, naturally, those cooperating with multilingual family clubs. It's easy accessible because it's been prepared in PDF and can be downloaded individually. The repository is organized in a very user-friendly form, ensuring that most typical functionalities, for example, search by category, by age group, by keywords, by language skills, etc., which makes the selection of appropriate activity easy and fast. So it's nothing more than going online, downloading this, and those who are here who have never heard of a multilingual family club and wish to establish anything remotely similar to that of a multilingual family club can easily do that and spread the word and spread the idea that we can get together in our communities, we can get together and start practicing this with our children, showing them our cultural heritage, maintaining that cultural heritage, because this is the only way in order to actually push the child forward to understanding these differences by exposure. And if we do this from a very early age in a multilingual community, like a multilingual family club, then that child will probably have further understanding of multiculturalism, but will also put that in terms of understanding and appreciating differences, because that's what it's all about. It's appreciating these differences. Both the PDF and the online database that we have created will be available at the project website for a minimum of 5 years after the end of the project. So that allows this idea to spread over various communities, to spread as a form of understanding of what this project actually is aiming to achieve. And hopefully it will benefit you. So not only the people who are listening, but you can provide this to many other people to show them that this is the starting point. And that was actually the whole idea behind our work, is that we need to build the foundations for language, for multilingualism, bilingualism, and as a result, retaining that European understanding of multiculturalism. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. I'm available online if you have any questions, or if you have any suggestions, or if you have any comments, then they are greatly welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. It was really interesting. So please, everybody, if you have any questions to Adam right now, you can ask them now, or you can chat, or you can write them and wait for the answer from Adam. He will be available, as he said. So we can wait for a while. I think that Halina had a question. Yes, Halina, you can speak right now if you want to. Halina, do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Halina, hi. Nice to hear you.
Yeah. As someone who was somehow contributed to the selection and putting together of our repository of these activities, I'd like to really thank Adam for explaining the theoretical background of our dealings, because that was important, the theoretical background, and this clear and enthusiastic presentation of these materials, and that we managed to put together. To stress, I'd like to stress again that it was all partners, and all the materials the activities come from different countries, which was an additional flavor, and I think it was great fun doing it. And I hope you feel encouraged. I really feel encouraged by this, by Adam's enthusiastic presentation, to use this manual. It's, as Adam has already said, it's free, it's accessible. The activities can be individually chosen based on the criterion of either age group or the language skill that you want to practice. So just please use them, have fun with them, because that was the initial idea, play with languages, right?
Exactly, have fun with them, Halina. That was the whole thing. That we can, exactly. This is the way that we encourage the young generation in order to retain these things. Let's have fun with them. And then we start having fun with them, they become a part of your everyday experience. And that's what makes it so great, is that we really, and again, Eva is not here with us, but Eva was also very much part of the, and thanks to Eva Wiśniewska, who also contributed to all this. It was real great.
Have fun using them. Thank you.
Have fun. Have fun, everybody. That's, I guess, the clear message that we're trying to send out right now.
Yeah, play with languages.
Okay, so thank you, Halina. Thank you, Adam. If there are no more questions, I would like to ask and introduce another presenter right now, who is Didem Koban. She is the Vice Director of the Language Education Practice and Research Center at Izmir Democracy University, and she cooperates directly with the Directorate of Educational the Director of Educational in Ankara, who was our partner. So please, Didem, you are very welcome. You can start your presentation. You can share your screen now. I mute myself, and we are waiting for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Marta. I think Zeynep will upload it. One second. I thought they were going to share the screen. I don't know if she can hear me, but I just sent her a message. One second.
Didem, do you have problems with sharing your screen, or you don't have the presentation? Because
Marta, Zeynep is going to share the presentation now.
yes, okay. So we are waiting for your presentation, Zeynep. You have to use the arrow in the box symbol. You have to click on it, and then you have to check the proper window you want to share. Okay, it didn't, because I have the presentation as well, so I can share my screen if you want me to, but you won't be able to switch off the slides. I can do it one by one if it's okay with you. Okay?
Yes, that's okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I can try to do that, and let me know if it's okay. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm starting to share my screen. Is it okay for you?
Yes.
Okay, so I can click one by one the
Oh,
slides. And
well, we actually have a video. Zeynep has the
yes,
video.
I know that
So
you have the video, but actually it's not possible for me to show the video. That's why I asked everybody to be ready to share the screen, because maybe I will try to, but I have to.
can we wait
connect.
for Zeynep to look for it for a second?
Okay. Okay, so I stop sharing my screen right now.
Okay. Because Zeynep is looking for it as well.
Okay, I think that Monica from Fundacja Understanding, she has an access to this video, so she can upload it right now. Okay.
Oh, great.
So,
Thank you.
I think she will do it in a moment. Okay.
Didem Hocam, I can open the presentation, and at the same time I am uploading our video, but it takes sometimes, I think.
Okay, so guys, maybe as to know to cause the delay, maybe we can change the turn. And for example, if it's okay with you, Monica can start her presentation for IO4. And in the meantime, you will try to upload the film to be ready to present. Okay?
Okay.
So maybe now we can change the turn. The next presenter will be right now Monica Śledź-Pacheco from she's family coach and trainer, NLP trainer, and Understanding Foundation and Foundation One Heart. And she's our partner from Krakow. Welcome, Monica, and the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I just want to ask one technical question because I want to share my screen. And not exactly sure it's not working. Open share tray. I should put this stuff with the arrow, yeah?
Yes, you should click on the arrow, and when you click on it, you can see under the main screen, you can see the separate windows, and you have to choose one of them, the one you want to share, for example, or you can download your presentation on the dashboard if you want to.
On the dashboard, because I had it in the dashboard. How can I access the dashboard?
And for example, and under the main screen, you will see the dashboard, the windows, and you have to scroll down, for example, the mouse, and then you can see the particular documents.
Upload from my computer. Okay, let me.
Okay, so can I stop sharing my screen?
Yes. I'm trying to upload the presentation. It's opening. I'm not sure if you. It's still thinking. So.
No, we can see it. It's okay.
Okay, you can see it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. I hope I uploaded the right one. So anyway, I want to welcome all of you, and I will tell you about our Kraków intellectual output. This. Oh, let me pass the general now. So our output number 4 is why and how to be a multilingual family. It's a parent guide on how to motivate children to use multiple languages and how to raise multilingual, bilingual and multilingual kids. I myself, I have trilingual kids, so we are multilingual family. So I'm working and presenting this from the practical point of view as well, and you can find our output really useful for everyday life. We found out that a lot of migrant families in Europe, and not only in Europe, when they are moving to a new country, frequently their kids learn a new language, and they move in a new language, and they forget in some way their parents' language. They don't use it too much. So that's why our project, I think it's very important to motivate children and parents as well to maintain their original parents' language and teach their children. So our manual. We wrote it for families with children speaking more than one language, potentially bilingual children, and for families that speak one language but want to raise kids in multilingual way, and children whose parents have a different first language from that of the country they live in, as well as local societies of families in all the countries that are interested in multilingualism and cultural diversity. So our manual, it's a parent's guide and is showing parents how to motivate and engage children to use multiple languages. And it has a lot of case studies, activities, games for families to be used at home, and a little bit of theoretical part about multilingualism and the beneficial side of the multilingualism, what it gives to us and to our children. So our manual, it's practical knowledge. It's a knowledge from one side, from the theoretical university point of view, and on the other side, there are families that are sharing their experiences and knowledge and the way they started their multilingual journey, and how they had their problems, different obstacles, and how they managed to succeed with multilingualism in their kids. And our manual has as well activities for parents to use at home. It's complementary with the IO2 that Adam was talking about. So in our IO2, there's lots of it's a repository of activities. And here we have a little bit more ideas for parents to use at home. And all the activities are based on the language and cultural patterns, because the language is not only the language. We pass to our children culture as well. Together with the language, the culture and their psychological background goes together. So the cultural part is as much important as language. So why we are doing this? Multiple language families should aim for supporting bilingualism and multilingualism among their children, so as to foster the retention of their parents' culture through language, thus giving the children an advantage in the globalized world. As we know, nowadays, knowing one language is not competitive at all. Living in Europe, especially, we need to speak 2 and 3 languages. And raising our kids multilingual way, we give them really great gift, the best one, of multilingualism, and they have their huge advantage in the world at the moment. So, what are the benefits for our children in being multilingual? What is our motivation as parents and as teachers to encourage kids to use multiple languages? So, first of all, enhance communication skills. It shows that multilingual children are exposed to more diverse social experience, and they have more solutions for all the problems. So more cultural backgrounds, more ideas, more solutions. It increased career opportunities. As I told you, speaking few languages at this moment opens a lot of doors. They are skilled multitaskers. Multilinguals have been shown to be able to do few tasks at the moment. The way they switch languages all the time helps them to switch between tasks as well and manage better all the things they are doing. And they are well organized. At least that is my experience. Improved memory, that it makes a huge part in learning languages. And it's showed that speaking few languages, it can delay Alzheimer and other diseases that affect our brain. So it's great practice and exercise for the brain. Superior executive functions. executive function skills, cognitive capabilities, reasoning, planning, problem solving, they are really much more developed in multilingual kids. Their brain works in a little bit different way. So, you know, they have much more practice and much more challenge in thinking in few languages. He's an Alzheimer, as I said before, and easier adaptation to surroundings as they come from different cultures and they have cultural mixed at their home. Oh, someone started sharing this. Let me check if I can be back with my presentation. Ha. Okay. Oh. Pam, pam, pam. Somebody started to share their screen. Meanwhile, I was doing the presentation, so I'm out. Right. Let's try again.
Monica,
Okay.
do you have a problem? Because your presentation disappeared from the screen. So
Yes, because somebody else started to share their screen. So I'm doing it again, trying to open my presentation. And it's okay. I wanted to show you few videos, but I'm not sure at the moment. So let me get to the slide I was in.
Okay, Monica. So if you need my help, again, please maybe chat me or write me via a messenger. Okay. So now I'm switching off. And
now, can you see my presentation? Because I think I'm sharing it.
There is something. There is a circle.
I can see it.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so. Okay, so let's, go. So we have all the good things and benefits of the multilingualism, and I want to say a few words about the supporting multilingualism and what we parents can do. The best, as Adam was talking at the beginning. Okay, I hope you can still see the presentation because I lost. Okay, as Adam told it, play with languages. Make it lots of fun. Talk, sing, and play with your children, and listen to your children. Give them enough time to talk, especially if they are speaking in the language we want them encouraged to use. Combine your daily routines with all your languages. So give explanation, ask your children questions, normal daily routines. You are making breakfast, involve them in making all the activities and in making breakfast. Ask them to give you tomatoes, to give you plates or whatever in different languages that you are using at home. Involve kids in all the everyday tasks and in different languages. Start reading with them as soon as possible and explain the words that you need. Take your time to watch and talk about pictures in books. It's great that your kids comment on the pictures or invent their own stories based on pictures in books. So we can talk to them, and we need to encourage them to speak as well. Moving images like videos, cartoons, and so on are great to some extent. And now with the technology, we can have videos and cartoons with lots of languages and songs and music. So have fun with kids and support them. Stay relaxed and tolerant and be very, very patient with kids. Sometimes they mix languages, sometimes they are not answering the language we speak to them, but it doesn't matter. We have to continue working, and I want to invite you to read our manual. There you can find really a lot of inspiring stories about families that manage to raise their kids in multilingual way. And well, I invite you to our manual. There you can find, except the case studies and motivational stories, we have part with most common questions and the answers given by experts and parents of multilingual kids, and the activities. Later today, we have two experts talking about multilingualism and the most common questions. So I invite you to watch it. So I would like to watch a movie, but I'm not sure if I can show it now. We'll check with our host and maybe show it in a few moments. So far, if you have any questions, thank you, and I'll be happy to answer them. Okay.
Okay, Monica.
Yeah.
So this is the end of your presentation, or you are trying to show us?
I would like to show you two videos, but cannot share my screen. So that's the problem I'm having now. So maybe we can go to the other presentation, another point, and as soon as I fix the problem with sharing my screen, maybe we can come back to this.
Okay, so because we are ready, instead of Didem and Zeynep, because they have some technical problems to share their screens and to upload this presentation. Actually, this is the video they prepared for this conference. So we will try to share our screen, and in a moment you will see the IO3 presentation. Okay, so Zeynep, she's talking that they are ready. So maybe you can try, Zeynep.
Yes,
Or
thank
if
you.
you
I
cannot
tried to.
manage to do that, then we can do it. Okay. So
Okay.
now I will switch off my microphone right now, not to cause too many sounds coming from outside. And okay.
Can you? I'm sorry. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen right now.
Okay. So you are ready to watch the video?
Yes, but
Okay.
did you check this box with allowing the video, allowing us as participants to see the sound, because you have to check it before starting the presentation.
I can hear. Let's try.
Because we cannot hear anything, so.
I don't know how can I share the voice with you.
When you click on this arrow in the box, then under the main screen on the left there is a square box, and there is something written in Turkish probably, but in English is something like add the sound or something like this. You can check it first, and then you have to choose the proper window with your presentation and start sharing it.
It seems I opened the voice. Can you hear now?
No.
No. So can you try, please? I'm sorry.
Okay, so do you want us to upload this film instead of you?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
please.
okay, okay.
Because
So now I switch off my microphone and ask my colleague to share her screen, and I hope you will see the film in a moment. Okay.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
we will be back in a moment. Okay, Zeynep, you have to stop sharing your screen. So click on this arrow in the box, and then you will stop sharing your screen, because we cannot both share our screens at the same time. Okay.
Thank you.
This is the output 3. Let's get multilingual methodological guide for adult educators. The purpose of this manual is to show parents how to raise their children multilingually in an informal setting and give them reasons why this can be an advantage for their children. There's a lot of actually topics in this guide, and I'll do my best to cover them, as efficiently as I can. We talk about many things in this manual. First, we do an introduction to adult and parent education. We talk about the problems that adult educators face while working with multicultural, multilingual families. We provide recommendations regarding these difficulties, how adult educators can overcome them. And we provide evidence from different countries, examples from different countries. We talk about how to teach language skills to multilingual children. We also provide some theoretical information on language acquisition for adult educators, how languages are acquired. And we provide information on how to raise children multilingually in an informal setting. And at the end of the manual, we have some frequently asked questions and answers to those questions. So we start with adult education, which has been defined as the process of learning on the initiative of the individual, seriously and consecutively undertaken as a supplement to some primary occupation. Of course, we all know what adult education and parent education are, and there are many factors affecting how adults learn. These can be health issues, which we are actually experiencing nowadays. Motivation is very important, past learning experiences, whether or not adults are willing to change their past habits, place, time, duration, quality, quantity. These are all very important factors affecting learning. And some characteristics of adult learning are adults have a sense of self, they have past experiences. Adults are not willing to learn new information if the information does not meet their needs. And if the information is not going to solve their problems, they may not be motivated to learn them. And there are also barriers in adult education. I mean, the factors that prevent adults to learn. These can be personal barriers, barriers related to the family life, and others as well. And then in the manual, we move on to multilingualism. And as you may know, multilingualism is a very broad topic. Of course, this cannot be covered. This topic cannot be covered in 20 or 30 minutes. But in the manual, we have detailed information. But here, I'm just going to mention, I'm just going to do a summary, actually, of the things that we talked about in the manual. The first one is individual multilingualism, which is basically people who can speak at least one language. So let's say a Syrian child from Syria may speak Arabic at home, their native language, and speak the national language, in our case is Turkish, and they can also learn an additional language, which can be English in Turkey, okay? And then there is social multilingualism. This exists when languages share different functions in a society, and this we see in Europe, for example, in Switzerland. There is territorial multilingualism, and this is political areas divided into monolingual language zones. Institutional multilingualism, when certain organizations like the United Nations provide their services in different languages. And we move on to benefits of multilingualism. Of course, bilingualism or multilingualism have a variety of advantages. And in Turkey too, you know, we encourage people, our children, for example, to speak more than one or two languages. It's very highly promoted in Turkey, Europe, and in the world. Multilingualism is the norm right now. Anyone who speaks a second language can communicate with greater numbers of people. Of course, we can communicate with many different people, and we have more educational, professional, and social opportunities. We can find more jobs, right? And children show cognitive advantages, such as increased problem-solving skills and creativity. There are a lot of research studies that say that children, more multilingual children, are more creative than their monolingual peers, and they can solve problems much more easily. And children can also develop an interest in and curiosity about different cultures. They're more welcoming, and they're more open to diversity and different cultures and ideas when they know languages. What are the advantages of raising multilingual children? The children, especially when they know their native language, it helps them to communicate with their parents, of course, and they get to learn the culture of their parents. And as I said before, they have more cognitive advantages, and they have better social and literacy skills, and these are actually documented in many studies in the past. What's the best way to raise a multilingual child? There are different theories, but one of the most important theories that is highly referred to is one person, one language. So moms, for example, speak language A, dads speak language B, and they do this consistently. Okay, and so the idea behind this theory is that if, for example, the mom speaks A to the language and the father speaks B to the child, then it's easier for children to separate the two languages in their minds. Of course, this is the ideal, situation, but it may be difficult to attain. It's hard to be consistent like this, and it may also be unnecessary because children are already capable of separating two languages in their minds. Okay, and what feels most natural to a family will work best, according to researchers. When is the best time to start? The sooner the better, of course. According to neurological studies, babies from the age of 2 months are already beginning to start preparing for the language or languages they will use later on. So, in other words, the sooner the better, like I said before. Is it too late to introduce an additional language when a child already speaks one? No, of course not. After starting to speak one language, of course, the child has to spend an effort, and motivation is also important. But again, the sooner the better, even if the child knows one language. What do we need to do to make sure children will learn both languages fully? Input is very important. Exposure to both languages, or more than 2 languages, are very important. As long as children are given regular and substantial exposure to their languages, then or if they receive equal amounts of input in the languages that they are learning, of course, it becomes easier for the children to become, dominant in 2 languages, bilingual or multilingual in all languages. Of course, this input, children has to receive this input for a continuous period of time. They have to keep receiving input. Is it normal for children to learn 2 or more languages at the same time? Well, children's brains are equipped with this, to learn multiple languages in early childhood. So my opinion is that I think they should be exposed to as many languages as possible. Is it true that the children become confused when learning more than one language? They don't get confused. As I said before, they can keep the systems separately. They can keep languages, vocabulary, syntax, when it comes to the components of a language, they can keep them separate. What children and also adults do is that at times they mix languages, which is a natural process. People mix languages for a variety of reasons. For example, when they cannot remember certain words, people tend to insert single items, for example, into sentences, and that is perfectly normal. It shouldn't be considered as, children lagging behind, their friends in speaking their language. Is the language acquisition of multilingual children delayed? No, it cannot be delayed. Children who have regular and rich exposure to 2 or more languages on a daily or weekly basis from parents and other caregivers exhibit the same milestones in language development. The research says that studies comparing monolingual and bilingual children, for example, show that these 2 groups, monolinguals and bilinguals, their academic achievement is pretty much at the same rate. Okay, so they're similar to each other in terms of academic achievement. What can we do when children refuse to speak the family language? Parents should motivate their children to use the language. They should create opportunities for their children to speak with other children, to play with other children who speak the same language, who speak their native language, or by maintaining contacts, by contacting their relatives or grandparents who speak the native language. Should family languages be used in kindergartens or schools? This is very important. It's important that children's first languages are acknowledged in schools as well, so that immigrant students are not alienated or marginalized in schools. So if teachers, and if other students acknowledge immigrant students at one, then this is going to motivate immigrant students in the school. So it's very important. Parents want the children to learn the majority national language well. Should they speak the national language with them in their home? For example, should they speak Turkish at home? They do not need to, because, for example, immigrants in Turkey or in Europe, are learning the national language anyway. So they're actually exposed to it more than they're exposed to their native language. When they go to school, they spend hours, 8 hours in schools, and they learn the national language. They're exposed to it all the time. So parents do not necessarily talk to their children, in the national language at home. What are the most common mistakes parents make with respect to this, multilingualism issue or speaking more than one language? First of all, parents should encourage their children to use, whatever that language they're learning, 2 or more languages, and make this process fun and playful. One mistake that parents make is they may, correct their children's mistakes from time to time, which doesn't really help children and which doesn't really work. Instead of correcting them, they should repeat the correct form, and they shouldn't directly correct their mistakes. In the manual, we then move on to how to teach language skills to multilingual children. Of course, when we learn a language, we start with listening, by listening what the teacher says or what other people talk about. So teaching a language starts with a focus on listening, just as in native language learning. So in the first stages, children first listen to their teacher, right? When the teacher tells stories, sings songs, and so on. So teacher talk here is very important. It's a very important input. Children can hear the sounds, pronunciation, intonation, patterns of the target language. And there are some strategies that teachers can use with children, and that is language modification. So it involves repetitions, comprehension checks, clarification requests, like what did you say, and confirmation checks. Did you say you went home, and so on. So modifying language is said to facilitate language acquisition. Listening activities, the most commonly used activity is TPR, which is total physical response. It's a very effective method for teaching a language to kids. Okay, and children do not verbally respond, but they act. Okay, and at the first place, at first, when children hear the language, what they may do is that they may produce utterances in their first language, and then they may integrate them into the target language, and then as time goes by, they start using the target language, At first, they use short phrases, they can sing songs, they can build small dialogues, and eventually they're expected to communicate with other children and adults. And here, unanalyzed chunks, these are phrases that are learned without conscious analysis. For example, good morning. We learn this phrase as it is. We do not analyze this phrase. And when we see someone, in the morning, we say good morning right away, right? We do not think about it. So these chunks are very important in speaking, in language learning, in fluency, very important. And repetitions as well. And come reading and writing. In reading and writing, children's first language background and their ability to read in their first language are very important factors in learning the target, reading and writing in the target language. And again, research studies say that if the children's literacy in L1 is fully developed, then they can learn the target language well. I mean, they can be literate in the target language. So the more you're literate in your first language, the better you can learn the target language. And another factor is similarities and differences between the languages. Of course, if, well, some theories say that if the languages are similar to each other, then it makes language learning easier. There are reading activities that teachers can do in their classrooms. For example, labeling objects, making word parts, matching spoken and written forms, matching pictures with written labels, making posters and hanging them on the wall are some activities. Memory card games, and grouping words based on their initial or final sounds, and so on. Again, when it comes to writing, to children from different language backgrounds, again, we have to look at children's first languages and how developed their writing skills are in their first language. And we also have to look whether or not their L1 shares similarities with the target language. So teachers have to be aware, of these factors, whether children's first languages, where they're coming from, and so on. So some activities that teachers can do is copying, putting the letters in order if they're written backwards, solving puzzles, creating puzzles, designing cards, writing letters or posters, and so on.
Hi, everyone. Okay, that's the end of our presentation. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Didem, we can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, apologies for the delay. We wanted to use a video so that we wouldn't have any technical difficulties. So we finished our presentation. I can take questions if you have. It's a very wide area, so we try to cover as much as we can, but multilingualism is a big area, so. Thank you for listening. No questions? Okay.
Okay. So if there are no questions to Didem, thank you, Didem, again. Then we have a short coffee break planned within our agenda, but I suggest to shorten it a little bit because of these technical problems, we had a small delay. We have now the small delay. So I suggest 10 minutes break instead of 15, so we can see almost 10 to 12 Central European time again, okay? So see you in more or less 10 minutes. And we will continue with our presentations referring to the Multilingual Families Club's project's intellectual outputs. And then there will be presentations of our guests. So see you in 10 minutes, and now is short break. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. This is Marta Chmielewska-Anielak speaking again. So we can start to continue our conference. I hope that everybody are present right now again. So now I would like to invite another presenter, who is Krystyna Kalmarowa, project coordinator and language education methodologist in the Pelican Language School in Brno from Czech Republic. Krystyna, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The screen is yours, let's say.
Yeah. Working on it.
Now I mute myself, and you can start to share your screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I'm so happy that there were no technical issues this time. Oh shit, sorry. I'm sorry, I accidentally left my commentary there from last time, but I would love to explain you everything like now, so it's more intimate, let's say. So if it are you okay with that, I will just show you this way. Is it all right for you? Okay, so let's start. I would like to show you our fifth output, which is basically a series of videos. It's called Audiovisual Learning Scenarios on Multilingualism within the Family. It's a complicated name, and I will tell you what you can find under this title. So basically, as I already said, it's a series of audiovisual scenarios, and they are designed to help teachers, parents, but also other target groups as a trainers to strengthen the multilingual potential of the children and also of the whole families. You can find all the videos on our project YouTube channel. Sorry, I think I accidentally stopped sharing the screen with you. Nobody told me.
Yes, I intended to tell you.
Okay, great. Because I realized.
I wasn't sure if you
all right,
this is a purpose or not. So yeah, you should start.
No, it's definitely wasn't. I'm so sorry. Can you see it now, please? Can you tell me?
Yes, now it's visible. Now it's visible.
Okay, good.
So you can
good. Okay, let's go back to track. Yes, so you can find all these videos on our project YouTube channel. So you're all were invited to check it. And all the videos are divided into 3 categories. They are called Let's Do It Together, How to Do It Right and Why, and How to Support Multilingual Children. So as you can probably understand from the titles of the categories, they are intended to serve different goals and different purposes of the project. I will explain very briefly what each of the categories covers. So let's start with the first one, Let's Do It Together. It's basically a series of videos which introduces the concept of multilingual clubs. There are 5 videos in total, and the purpose of this series of videos is to introduce the concept to the teachers, to the families, basically to everyone who would be interested, because in many European countries, this concept is quite new or unusual, because the multilingualism or the presence of multilingual families in some countries is not really traditional. For example, Czech Republic is one of the countries where we hadn't had many immigrants until a few years ago. So for us, the concept of multilingual families or multilingualism in society as such is quite new. So this is the reason why we wanted to focus a little bit on introducing the concept of these institutions to people who might be interested. So This category covers reportages from multilingual families clubs that already exist, but also from other institutions from our partner countries, where, for example, the multilingual families, in the sense we mean in this project, where they don't exist yet. So let's see what we have here specifically. For example, the very first video we made was in Czech Republic, and it was shot in Multilingual Nursery School and Children Club Dráček in Brno. And we made really nice interview with the founders of this nursery school, where they explain why did they decide to establish this, this facility and what is their experience and so on. Another one is from our Polish partner in Krakow, and it's basically a reportage from Multilingual Family Club called Klub Multi. Other two videos are also very interesting since in Turkey, there really don't exist yet such multilingual clubs. We got a reportage from some primary schools in Ankara, where the headmistresses, teachers, and some parents of multilingual children explain their need to establish such facilities. They describe what kind of problems they meet and how, and if so, how would such a clubs be able to help them, to help their children to be more part of the Turkish society. Another video is from our Italian partner, and it was taken in Multicultural Center in Reggio Calabria. Last video from this series is a little bit different. It wasn't taken in the club, but it is an interview with Bo Maria Daskalova, which is also our partner, and she was speaking about Output 1 at the beginning of this conference, and she's sharing some of her insights which didn't take place in the manual she wrote. She's sharing some extra tips on how to manage the multilingual club from the point of view of a manager. So now I would like to show you one of the videos. This is the reportage from the Multilingual Nursery School in Brno. Let's see if it works. Can you please just confirm that you can hear it? Marta?
Oh, I cannot hear the sound.
Okay.
You have to check this box under the screen on the left side. You have to check it, to click it before start sharing your video. Because
Okay.
it allows you to...
I knew there would be some problems. Okay, Okay, I'll try again and you tell me if you can hear it, okay? There is a music. Can you hear the music?
No.
All right. Okay, do you know how to make it work? Marta?
Christina, do you have it? It is uploaded within your presentation, or you have it also on YouTube, because you can send us a link, and we can do it.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, like basically we don't need to watch all the videos now. I just wanted to show you one of each. Okay, at least I can show you how you can reach our YouTube channel. This is also very useful. So this is our YouTube channel, Multilingual Families Club. And here are all the videos we made. So I can just send you the link to this one. Okay, it's in the chat. So I'm
Okay.
not going through the videos now. It's a
Okay. So my colleague will copy it in a moment, and she will try to record.
Perfect. Well, in case it doesn't work, it's okay, because as I said, all the videos are on our YouTube channel. So if we don't watch them now, you can watch them anytime by yourself. So it's really okay.
Okay, so Christina, thank you. At that moment, if you can stop sharing your screen, because you have to stop to do this, and in a moment our colleagues
I stopped
show
sharing
the video. Okay, thank you.
So meanwhile, we are waiting for the video to work. I can tell you something a little bit about Draček, about the nursery school we are about to watch. It was set in Brno by 2 teachers who decided to set a, yes, perfect. So, okay, let's make them tell it. I'm afraid that there is still no sound.
Yes, but there is no sound of the video.
Yes, but I can see the video from my colleague's computer, but I cannot hear it on the conference. She's doing her best, you know. I don't know why, because she did it as she was.
Maybe we don't have to watch the videos now. It's okay. Like, we shouldn't lose more time. What do you think?
Okay, give us a chance to try once again. If not, then we can continue with our presentation. Because it should work, you know. Yeah. Okay, so she said me that she's doing what she should do, you know, but it doesn't work properly. So I don't know what's the problem with the sound. I don't know why it's not hearable. So maybe, as Christina said, we can move on to the next presentation. Sorry for that, guys. You can find.
No, I'm not done with my presentation yet.
Okay, sorry, Christina. Okay, sorry. I thought this is the end. Okay, so big apologies. So please continue. Okay, I'm switching off my microphone right now.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen with you again. So as I said, you can find this video on the YouTube channel. Let's move on to another category, which is a little bit more practical. Is it called How to Do It Right? And there are 6 videos, and it's complementary to the repository of activities, which was introduced here by Adam. And they are basically instructional videos, which are related to some selected activities from this repository. So we have basically a video which describes on how to perform this activity with children. We have activity book club for kids. We have activity find the right color, Chichiwa, which is a little funny dance. By the way, I really recommend you to watch this one. It's from our Italian partner and it's really beautiful. And then we have Let's Sing Along and Cooking, Languages and Cultures. One extra material which we got from our Polish partner in Krakow is this interview with Joanna Krysiak, who is a really experienced trainer from Club Multi. And it's a quite a long video, but it's really worth watching it because she's explaining some of her tips. She's explaining what activities she's doing with children in the club, and it's really, really interesting. And there mentions some activities which are not included in the repository, which is also, it makes really, really interesting extra material. Okay, this is the video which we are obviously not watching today, but again, you can find it on our YouTube channel. And the last one, which I feel really sorry that we are not going to watch today because it's really beautiful and we are especially proud of it. It's the last one, why and how to support multilingual children. And unlike the previous categories, it's let's say less practical. It's not an instructional video. It's more of a video collage. It's more motivational video. It's basically a video collage from shots made by our partners from all the partner countries. Each partner provided few footages of multilingual families from their countries. So altogether, it basically makes a really beautiful collage showing the diversity of multilingual families across the European Union. The families are talking; they are basically sitting there together on the videos. They are answering some questions in different languages. For example, what you can see now, that's a Czech/Indian family living in Czech Republic, and it's a trilingual family actually. They are speaking Hindi, English, and Czech. And we have more families like this. So if you have time, please just it's like just a few minutes. It's a very short video. Just take your time and watch this video because it's really pretty. And the purpose of this video is to show to the families that it is doable, that there are family like that living all around Europe, and that it is very, very possible to raise your children, raise your family in a multilingual way. Okay, thank you so much for your attention. It was a little bit shorter than we intended. However, as I said, all the videos are on our YouTube channel, so feel free to watch them anytime you feel so. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Sorry, everybody, for these technical issues. I don't know why it doesn't work. It doesn't work properly because it should work. Actually, so thank you, Christina. If you have some questions to Christina, you can ask them now. We can wait for a moment.
Yes, maybe I can try to put some videos to check if
yes?
I can share
them. Because you wanted to present the videos.
Yes, and there are videos from our repository that Christina was showing us. So let me try if I can do this, okay?
Yes, please do that because it would be great to see one film.
Let's check if it's working. Can you see this?
Yes, I can see it and I can barely hear it. Okay. Wow. You managed. Great.
Okay. Cześć, jestem Ola Mykowska, jestem współzałożycielką Fundacji Understanding i prowadzę klub Multi, miejsce, w którym rodzice i dzieci mogą się świetnie bawić i uczyć się różnych języków oraz zdobywać różne umiejętności. Skąd się wzięła idea powstania takiego klubu dla rodzin wielojęzycznych? Zaczęło się wszystko od tego, że mój mąż jest Turkiem, mamy
dwie córeczki. Jedna ma już 4 lata, druga ma 5 miesięcy, jak tutaj widzicie. Przez jakiś czas, jak starsza miała 1,5 roku, mieszkaliśmy w Turcji i wtedy szukałam miejsc, sposobności spotkania się z mamami, które mówią po polsku, po to, żeby u mojej córki rozwijać język polski. Wróciliśmy z Turcji do Polski i teraz zaczęłam szukać miejsca, gdzie mogłabym się spotkać z rodzinami, które mówią po turecku. I powstał pomysł, żeby stworzyć miejsce, w którym mogą się spotkać rodziny mówiące do dzieci w różnych językach, żeby podtrzymywać jakiś język natywny któregoś z rodziców, albo też rodziny polskie, które mają ochotę rozwijać swoim dziecku wielojęzyczność.
Hi, my name is Shahili Barua. I am from India. We are here in Krakow for last 4 years. We came here because of my husband's work. Then my son Ahir was born in Krakow. Club Multi is helping us in many ways because here we have parents from different background, different culture, different language, and we share a lot of story. Kids enjoys and will definitely help us to grow as moms even better, I guess.
My name is Rodrigo. I'm from Brazil. I'm raising a kid of 6 years old. She speaks Portuguese. Also, she speaks English, and she's learning now Polish. Having this opportunity to meet people from abroad, I think this is very interesting, and I can see it right now because, as I said, we are from Brazil. We came to Poland. She didn't have any problem to adapt herself here in Poland.
Mam na imię Ania, w klubie Multi, w klubie Rodzica. Prowadzę razem z koleżanką Zosią zajęcia umuzykalniające dla małych dzieci i ich rodziców. W klubie Multi staramy się stworzyć środowisko, w którym dzieci będą miały kontakt z różnymi językami i różnymi kulturami, ale w sposób naturalny. To znaczy nie uczą się języków jak w szkołach językowych, tylko słyszą, jak wokół nich mówi się w różnych językach, a przy okazji bawią się. I w ten sposób osłuchują się z różnymi językami.
W naszym klubie pojawiają się bardzo różne osoby, bardzo różne narodowości, co nas cieszy. Z Indii, z Turcji, rodziny mieszane, z Włoch, z Meksyku, Peru, polsko-angielskie, polsko-amerykańskie. Przede wszystkim dobrze się tutaj bawimy, a na drugim miejscu uczymy się różnych języków, zdobywamy różne umiejętności.
Okay, so I hope it was okay. And
yes, thank you, Monica. Thank you for your effort.
Everything. Okay, let me stop sharing. Wow, okay, it's working. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. So this is one of the films that we intended to present you, but I think it's worth seeing all of them because each of them is very crucial, very particular, and shows the different experience of multilingual families or associations coping, collaborating with migrants and multilingual families as well. So now this is time for our last presentation referring the intellectual outputs that we elaborated within our project, and I would like to invite now Sebastiano D'Agostino, you project manager at Associazione Innovamentis from Reggio Calabria, from Italy.
I am Sebastiano from Innovamentis NGO. We are partner in project partnership from Italy, and now I present to you the activities and details on intellectual output 6. This is a list of all other intellectual outputs of the project.
Marta, you can.
We have the IO1. This is manual for educators and teachers. Very interesting with suggestion how to create and manage successful multilingual class. We have the IO2. We play with language. And IO3, this is a methodological guide for educators. IO4, this is a manual with a guide for parents and a collection of activities and games to play at home. In our 5 that are presented by our partner Pelican, we have a video testimonial and audiovisual learning scenario on multilingualism. And now we have our output as a leading, because all partners have participated in realization of all intellectual output. For IO6, we have multilingual clubs in service training program. This is a useful tool to teach adult educator and family. Okay, go. This is the participation. You can find the manual available in other language, Polish, Italian, Turkish, Czech. We are the leading organization only for this activity. And we can see the details of activity. The IO6, the output 6, show the educators and adults with multilingual background how to combine outputs in various formats for the maximum effect of promoting language acquisition and fun at some time. The training for facilitators was designed to prepare the long-term exploration and implementation project results. All results are freely downloadable. You can download from our project website that I remember is multilingualclubs.eu. Each partner has trained during these activities around 10 facilitators by online webinar, and facilitator are adult educator from the partner institution or from community stakeholders. In the first part of IO6 manual, it's possible to consult the description and the reference to all the other intellectual output of the project. Because it's a useful IO6. IO6 training manual is a useful tool for adult educators, trainers, coach, multilingual families, refugee families. The training manual will stimulate the transfer and implementation of the project results and support multilingual families who maintain their language and learn others. And useful also to organizations that working with this family to help them develop their multilingual potential. Yes, this is the data. The manual contains a detailed description of the output, instruction and tips for using a video lesson in a simple and intuitive way. The contents of video lesson in text formats are listed at the final part of the manual. I remember you that all resources are free and you can download from a project website. And now let's take a look on the demo of the manual. A short video to explain how the manual is composed. Okay, this is a very fast description of our electronic manual for Intellectual Output 6. This manual, I remember you that you can download from our website, from project website, and it's all intellectual outputs, all results of this project are free of any charge. In the manual is divided in 3 parts. We have the first part. This is the introduction and description of other intellectual output. After, we have technical tips on using video lesson, and the last are a list with all details for watching the video lesson. And description of intellectual output, we have a brief description that explain the conceptual manual, explain the other intellectual output, and after you can find the part 2 on technical tips, because we have created using the free platform tedab.com that we try to explain how you can make your own lesson with an example and some tips, some details, how to upload or make your question for a lesson, a video lesson in this case. And the last part, part 3, we have a list of 15 video lessons, and for each lesson, each video lesson, are explained a brief short introduction, the answer, the question and the answer. You can find the right answer, and you can watch your lesson with your learners or with your friends or with your family for to explain the video lesson. We have an example for each video lesson. You can find the link to watch the video lesson, and for this electronic manual that I repeat, I remember that is all free. You can download from our web. Okay, now we visit a little short demo of our website, just to explain where you can find the manual and you can find the sheet of activity, because we have a repository, online repository for each activity that you can try, you can test as adult educator or as teacher, or to play in family. This is the website. I remember multilingualclubs.eu, and you can see this is the home page, and you have in the same home page you have some information that are short text that explain what you can find in our project website. In the website we have an horizontal menu at the top. Now you can see that for all activity and for other results you can find a brief description. In the top of the menu we have the project results. You can download all manuals in complete version, or PDF file, and it's very useful, very easy to download this file, electronic manual. And we have the complete version. You can see now there are many languages, because I remember that manual IO2 and IO4 are translated in more than 15 languages. This is the complete version you can download, because we have this option to download the file. and it's open a little window. You can download the file. Good. This is the short demonstration of our website that is possible to navigate it with each browser. Now, before to explain the details how to use the video lesson, because we remember that we have two parts for IO6 activities. The first part is to create a manual, and second part are the online video lesson that we have created by TED platform. And now we can see short demonstration. You can you can find by
The project Multilingual Families Class reacts to increasing diversity of nationalities and languages within European states.
So we have in the page, we have the video that is uploaded on YouTube channel. Why we have used the TED platform? Because this is dedicated to education world that's providing a service of creation and sharing lesson. You can create your own lesson using the video, because you must to upload the video in YouTube channel, and after you can enriching the vision with the tools provided by the TED platform. The TED platform is free. For create your lesson, you must to register in the same website of the TED platform, but you, for using the lesson or participate to the question, you don't, is not compulsory to register TED platform. And now we can see the single session, that the option, that are the tools that you can find in TED platform. To watch the video is the interface for watching the video. The teacher can enter a title, a text to explain, a short text to explain the objective, the topics, or the task of the video lesson. We have think. Think is when a student, after watching the video, is asked to answer the question in form of multiple choice or open-ended question that are saved and can be monitored by teacher. Just a comment. For the video lesson, not only the teacher can create your our video lesson, but also the family to play with the children at home. And after the question, we have dig deeper. This is the section of tools where we can put additional resources that the teacher enter for depending of the topics of the video. You can insert text, link, or to various resources, or tips, or location on the web. And the final, we have discuss. Discuss is to open a guided discussion. It's very similar to a forum, and you can open multiple threads in which to exchange opinions and questions or clarify some doubts. You at final of the manual, you can find a list of all video lessons. with a link. You can click on the same link and automatically are opened your browser to cancel to watch the video lesson. In the part of the video lesson, we have the question that you can insert the part short text to explain the video lesson, and we have the multiple choice for each question. No, there are no limit for the number of the questions. You can add resources for you, links, description, and other resources that you can find on internet. And the final, this is the guided discussion that is very similar at the forum to participate to video lesson. If you have any questions, please insert your question in the chat, and we from Innova Mentis are very happy to insert a response for your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastiano. If there are any questions to Sebastiano, now is time to ask them. We can wait for a moment.
Okay. Marta, can you listen me?
Yes, I can listen you.
Okay, thank you very much. And
okay, as I said, if there are no questions, we can move on to our next presenter. Thank you, Sebastiano, again. If somebody wants to ask questions to our presenters, you can also write your questions on our chat, and our presenters will answer them after the conference is finished, or during the conference. You can follow this chat during the conference as well. So now I would like to invite our first guest, but before I invite our first guest, I would like also to thank again all the presenters or our partners for their fruitful presentations. So this was the formal part of our conference regarding our project, and now it will be our first guest with her presentation, Multilingualism: Why, Where, and How. It will be Mrs. Sonia Szramek-Karcz, PhD. She's trainer and researcher and languages and emotions, and she's also professor at University of Silesia in Katowice in Poland. So Sonia, you are welcome. Can you hear me? Hello?
Not sure if Sonia is here at the moment. I just wrote her. I can switch on the video presentation.
Okay.
And
okay.
meanwhile, I hope Sonia will join us.
Okay, because Sonia is our guest thanks to the Monica's association. Okay, Monica. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sonia Szramek-Karcz, and I'm going to talk about multilingualism, why, when, and how. Congratulations for this conference, and I would like to tell you that for me it's rather difficult because I need to record myself and I need to do it in English. Normally I do work in French, which is my favorite language. Then I speak Italian and Polish language is my native one. I just speak French to my kids. this way of bringing up kids is called intentional bilingualism. And as I've tried many times to do this recording, because I cannot see your reaction, and so every time I'm going to press the button here to stop. And once I continue, you can see kind of cut, but for me, it makes me feel safe. And this is the first point I would like to underline. It's this feeling of security. Once I discovered that there is this button, I'm going to show you. So I can press it and stop without stopping the whole video. I'm not sure even where should I watch to look at you. I said to myself, Sonia, you're safe. You can start your recording. Yeah, so it was cut for me. It was 3 seconds to for a deep breath. This feeling of security, it's one of the main points, not only for multilingualism, bilingualism, raising kids, for everything in our life. Okay, so let's start. If you want to know more, if you're interested, please go on languagesandemotions.eu. It's a website for our project. We work on bilingualism, intentional bilingualism, multilingualism, and languages and emotions. So the link between languages and emotions. I've got 2 pencils. If you are interested about more information in English, so go on Sonia's Planet on Facebook. It's a group we founded 2 months ago, and everything there is in English. Okay. First, let's start by the definition. What is multilingualism? According to François Grosjean, that's my French, so François Grosjean, his definition, I adopted it into my research, and it's the most common nowadays. Multilingualism, bilingualism, is the situation when someone communicates in everyday life in 2 or more languages. Okay, so what's important here is the communication. So you're able to, you can stop your car and talk to someone in 2 or more languages, and you do it in your everyday life. So now we're gonna move to 3 main points of my short presentation, which is why, when, and how. Yes, I've got my notes here. To feel secure, for my safety, we do all need it. Why? Why multilingualism? And why not? According to research, if you want more names and research and a list of research I'm based on, please write to us to Languages and Emotions. We're going to send them to you. I was told to talk to parents, to teachers, so we will focus on practice and daily use of this knowledge of the research results. Why not? As research shows, most of human beings living nowadays are multilingual. So it's to be monolingual rare. It's, let's say, not so common as to be multilingual. Of course, everything depends on our point of view. If you're born in a monolingual country, then you think that to be bilingual, multilingual, it's something special, it's something unusual. In fact, we all know that the normal situation is when people are bilingual, multilingual. Yes, I stopped again, the camera. With multilingualism, you've got the same situation like with your clothes with different things you've got. There is one you prefer, there's one you use with certain occasion. So with languages, multilingual person, it's the same. So for example, my kids, they speak French, Polish, English, and Czech. Every of those languages has got different level, different purpose, and different way they've learned. And they use it with different person, different occasions, and different places. It's like with clothes. We've got our favorite one, and we can use it in different occasion. So first, let's say then the situation when you've got two or more languages at the same level, and you know every vocabulary the same, it's really very, very rare. I think I need to switch on the light. So as far as I'm concerned, I do speak French, and it's a really good French. Et là, j'en suis ravie. J'adore. C'est ma langue de prédilection. I do speak Italian, e questa è la mia lingua di amore. Mi sono innamorata di italiano. And I do speak some English, which is the third of my languages. I mean, the Polish, my native one. But you know, once you are multilingual, it's normal that you've got your favorite language, that you've got your favorite people, friends, you can use that language. But I've learned language because everyone, once you want to do research, you need to publish, enter it in English. So I was forced by the situation nowadays. So it's rather like a working language of work for me. I like it, let's say, but you know what I mean, that once you're multilingual, you've got different levels of your languages. Of course, the same for kids. There is one period in their life where they speak better in one language. Then they go to school or kindergarten, there is another language, and they use it more frequently, so they became stronger in another language. And then they go to another school, or you change the country, you move to another one, or you come back to your native country. You know, it's not like once you've learned, it stays forever at the same level. It's a living thing, language and multilingualism. So why to be multilingual? Because it's useful, because it's natural, and because it's healthy. And here research by Alan Bialystock, Thomas Bach, and many, many others showed how our brain is much better working once you are multilingual. So learning a language acquisition, to know a language, it's like to play tennis, to ride a horse. No, anything we learn, it's good for us. So why not? If it's natural, if it's something we can learn, it makes us richer, opened. We have positive attitude towards others. And the second point, the second big part of my short presentation is when. When should we learn or teach our kids other languages? When we feel it's time. Parents are specialists for their kids. They know their kids very well. And there is something like special link between every parent and their kid. And if you're a teacher and you want a good cooperation with parents of your students, of your pupils, it's giggles in my head. So please admit that people who know very well your students, kids you've got in your class, are parents. If you say them, I'm sure you know better your kids than me, I've just observed in a class that there is something. But if you show your confidence, if you show that you trust them, then you've got much more chances for a good cooperation. Because when to learn languages, when parents decide it's time. Once you want to do something against parents' opinion, you are trying to break this link between every parent and every kid. If you have any problem with parents, as Jung said, if you have any problems with kids, please, I would like to talk to parents. Parents, they know, they feel, they've got their convictions, and they decide it's time. So the question when to be multilingual, very often life decides, because we move, because we go, because we meet friends and we need to communicate. So when it's natural in parents' opinion. And parents, first teachers, they can choose a methodology they want, then they feel appropriate. And as a parent, you make always a good decision. Please take it easy. Once you feel anxious, why there is an anxiety at home, your kid will feel it immediately. There is no use to pretend that, oh yes, now we're gonna play a happy game, and inside you feel like full of anxiety, full of problems. Today, for me, it's rather difficult day. I need to make a big decision. I mean, yeah, I should. This week, I've got the last chance to decide for my society, whether we are moving or not, etc., etc. And it's hard for me, so I feel it. My English is not so fluent. Normally, I'm much better. I was waiting with this recording to the last moment. It's really hard. I do not feel like cheerful and happy as usual. And you feel it. I do apologize. But you know, whatever is inside, especially our kids, they feel it immediately. And they take all emotions from us with that language we would like to convey. This is why the strategy we choose as parents, as teachers, the same, should be natural for us. If you decide to speak a foreign language to a kid, I mean the language which is not your native one, which is not the language you've been taught from the very beginning, if you feel okay with it, if you like it, if it's joy, let your joy be your guide. That's the when you decide. Once you feel it's good, it's good. So as parents, you can choose that you speak many languages from the beginning to your kid, that you use just 2 of them or 3 of them, or you use the place strategy or time strategy, or one parent, one language strategy. If you want, if you're okay with it, if you feel relaxed and happy and cheerful and joyful, this is the good strategy. If you feel it in your heart, I try not to touch the microphone. So when multilingualism, when you feel it's time, when your life shows you. So for example, you can choose minority language at home because for some reason you feel safer and better once you communicate in another language at home, which is the minority language, or you can decide to speak another language than environmental one with your kids just when you are alone together. Or you can decide that every morning, like Professor Wierzbicka, she used to speak different language with her daughters every morning. So on Monday it was like French, on Monday, Tuesday it was, every week, every day of the week was divided to another language. It was her strategy. Great, isn't it? Because she felt okay with it. So that's the main point. You need to feel good. and you will convey those good feelings to your kid. And that's the when you decide. There is another strategy. I've got my notes here. There is another strategy like play strategy. So in this room, we're gonna speak English or French or Italian, or once we play there, we use another. You see, and you can change it. Just feel relaxed, and then on relax, these languages, those languages will go, or these languages you've chosen will go. Behind me, you can see research on anxiety, selective mutism. I did in past. Because once I was doing intentional bilingualism and research about it, I've met a lot of people saying that no, too many languages can lead you to language impairments, to speech blocks, problems with speaking. No, it's not multilingualism, it's anxiety. Everything you can give to your kids is your happiness. They are observing us. As Jasper Yules says, kids are not listening, they are watching. So if you work on you, if you stay relaxed, if you stay happy, if you stay cheerful, they will do the same. So why? We answered the question, why not? Because it's natural. Multilingualism is a natural state of being. Then it's healthy because it makes our brain working. So it was why when you decide, really every decision you make, it's a good decision. And now the third part is how. I said a little bit about it. How on good emotions. That's why our project Languages and Emotions is linked to emotions, because what we say influence what we feel, and what we feel influence what we say, the language we're using. How? If you're in a plane, there is an instruction saying that you, in case of emergency, you put your mask first on you, and then you put a mask to your child. The same with multilingualism. You, as a parent, as an adult, you are the most important person in this multilingual upbringing. So please take care. And the first point for this third part is please not judge you. Please be good for you. Please, as parents, because if you're not judging yourself, if you're full of comprehension, of love for yourself, you will transmit the same to the kid. It's clear. You will not judge him. You will be good for him or her. Okay. Then please do not feel guilty. Very often parents are asking if it's not too late we started, or if my English or French or Italian or whatever, if my language is not perfect, or we moved to another country but I do not continue my native language, and they always find a reason to feel guilty, or because they're not preserving the native language and others are judging. And please do not judge others, okay? It's such a private part, like the language you communicate to your kid. There's some people who moved to another country and they do not continue to speak a native language to their kids. I've got neighbors like that, and I do understand. I do not judge, it's their choice, and we have no idea why they're doing so. So first, do not judge you and do not judge others, because it makes you feel, if you're not judging, it makes you feel free. And you're good for you, and you do not judge your kids. Then, please do not feel guilty. You forgot or you didn't speak your native language to your child. or it wasn't enough, or it wasn't a good time, or something went wrong. Please do not feel guilty. It is like it is. It was like it was. In that time, in the past, you did all the best. You took some decisions, and it's just the past. It was there, and it stayed there behind you. It's done, finished. Now we are today. If you want to change something, just do it. But please do not feel guilty. Why? If you feel free, happy, and if you agree that everything in the past was in the past and stay there, and there is no reason to feel guilty, you will not feel guilty to your kid. You see those good emotions. First of all, you need to have inside, and you need to be good for you first. The same with criticizing. Stop. Do not criticize yourself. Accept. You know, for me, it was really hard. Today, I've learned that I need to make this decision, that it's a difficult time for me. And then I said, oh no, I've got this recording to do for you. How will I manage? And of course, I wanted to say, oh, Sonia, yesterday you could do it. You were in a very good mood. It was a better day, yes, than today. Yesterday you were afraid that your English is not good enough, all this stuff. So instead of feeling guilty today, instead of feeling like criticizing me, I said, okay, I'll do my best. Because we always do the best we can. So our kids, we said, oh, you did it. You could ask me, you could do it in a different way. No, if it was done this way, it means there was no opportunity to do it in a different way. Or you could make some effort. No, he couldn't, she couldn't. And let's continue multilingualism. How? It depends on your kids, and they're different. I've got 2 children, and one of them refused to learn a language, and then we were waiting a proper time for it. You never know what your kid feels inside. Sometimes they do not say. Sometimes they've got their own reasons, and we need to respect them. Life, it's not like we need to run and we need to hurry and we need to be in a concurrence all the time. It's like to feel happiness and joy. So multilingualism, it's an opportunity you give to your children. It's like a gift. When you give a gift, a present to someone, you let that person to be happy or not about it and to do whatever that person wants with that gift. The same with multilingualism. We try to give as a gift, as something that will make our children's life easier. To our kids, we give this gift, but they will decide if they're happy with it or not, if they want to continue or they think it's unuseful. How? Multilingualism, how? With full respect to children's way of seeing things. It's like attitude. That's the key word. I would like to finish with this attitude. Attitude towards language, towards a nation, towards a place, towards our relation. It's much more complicated than only a language. Multilingualism, it's about life. It's about adventure. It's about attitude we've got towards a language, a nation, attitude we've got towards ourselves, our kids, our parents, people, and the world. In the group on Facebook, Sonia's Planet, there is a course in English, Discover Yourself. Because sometimes we, as parents, we do not know why. For example, once we are with our kids and our parents, we are so mean and so difficult, and we criticize, and we have no patience. So all those emotions go out, and we do not want them. We know that it's not good. We know we lose control. Multilingualism. How? Dear parents, take care. You need to be happy. You need to be relaxed, full of acceptance towards you first. And once we are peaceful and happy, we can share it with others, with our kids, with our students and others. And even if we have a bad day, like I do have today, so thank you for your understanding, we managed to convey all good emotions we have inside, accumulated before. Not today for me. Take care. You are the most important part in this relation, in this multilingual education. Kids are watching, they're not listening. Please write to us on languagesandemotions@gmail.com for references. And thank you very much. And thank you to my phone for this small stop function. I hope it will be fun once I press stop. Let's stay positive. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia, for your very interesting presentation. If you have some questions to Sonia, you can ask them now. This is your moment. Okay, so we can wait.
I can see one question. Sonia, I have a bad experience with Polish parents. They do not want to interact. And just want to bring their children to the class and not being active after all. I think it's because they're afraid of being judged, of not being enough good, not being enough. You see, as an immigrant, I can understand that. Should I answer the questions? Yes. Can you hear me first? No. Can you? Sebastianos. So Sylvia, this is my reply to Sonia's question. Okay. Merci beaucoup, Sonia. Je vous en prie. Thank you. You're so kind. Can you hear me? Because if you want, I can discuss with you.
Yes, we can hear you, Sonia, but the view is worse, I think.
Yes, I know, because it's once you can hear me, it's okay. Because it's another camera. It's from my computer. It's not so good like from my phone. Okay. So it's all right as my voice is concerned, yes?
Yes, your voice is okay right now. So
because my microphone is going down all the time. I'm not sure. Okay. So first question is about parents who do not want to cooperate. They do not want to cooperate because or they're afraid, or they do not trust, or they cannot see any point, or they just sometimes do not take it like teachers, like personal thing. If some parents do not want to cooperate, can you imagine that sometimes we can be physically very similar to someone they hate, or they've got bad memories. I would like to tell you as teachers that very often, I would like to say that always, it's not our fault that parents do not want to cooperate. They just pick up kids and they come back home. There's some way you can change the way you think about parents, because they feel, it's all about energy. But as you know, when someone is going towards us, we can feel if this person wants to talk to us, if this person is positive and welcome, or is starting judging us. So without feeling guilty, please, dear teachers, it's not about you, really. Parents got their own story, history, and experience we have no idea about. Just try to think positive about those people, or start to say something really positive about their child, like, oh, hello, this is your kid. Thank you, he's really brave, if it's true, of course, or he's really good, if it's true. Try to find something very positive and true about this child. It can be a nice dress, whatever, and say it to a parent to make him understand that you will say something good about the child, and not only he needs to complete this and that, he's got he missed the class, he's got like very low level of this and that. Apparently parents, they realize that we say no child left behind, but that their child is still behind. So maybe this method, but especially, please, dear teachers, do not feel guilty. It's parents' choice. If they do not want
Okay, so do you have any more questions to Sonia? I think that Sonia is waiting for your questions, I suppose, but I don't know for sure.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. We haven't heard you for a moment. I thought that you did it on purpose. Maybe you wanted to turn off the microphone, but this is
I'm sorry.
always like this, when you want to do something, sometimes
So I would repeat myself, yes.
To your intentions, so it's
Thank you for those who worked. Thank you, Sonia, switch on the microphone. No. Okay, so I was talking to myself.
Yeah, for a moment. Okay, but please continue.
Just want to tell you what my observations are. That very often, always, it's not our fault. It's first point, dear teachers, it's not our fault if some parents do not want to cooperate. My microphone is still going down. They do not want to cooperate. It's like their choice. Maybe they've got bad experience. Maybe they're afraid. Maybe they have low self-esteem. Maybe we remind them someone they do not like. Okay, so reasons are so far away from us as teacher. And what do I do to invite someone to cooperate? But there are silly things, but it works for me. You can try. So once I see a parent, I say immediately, can you hear me now?
No. We can hear some noises from I think they are coming from your computer, but I cannot hear your voice once again.
And with this microphone?
Yeah, now it's okay.
No?
Can you say something? Okay, Sonia, so we can continue on chat if you don't mind now, because I think there is something wrong with the voice connection. So thank you very much again for your presentation, for your appearance. It was really, really great. And now we can move on to the presentation of our last presenter and our additional guest, who is Anna Mróz. She's PhD and she's the professor of Greifswald University in Germany, but also professor at Warsaw University in Poland. So we invite you, Anna, to present your lecture, which is based on your experience. What do parents of multilingual children ask about? You are very welcome.
A decision that requires a deep conviction about the meaning of bilingualism and multilingualism, and a confident approach to one's own origins. At the beginning of the path, it is worthwhile to be aware of the reasons, goals, and stakes involved and what they mean for the whole family. These aspects should indicate a horizon of values for parents to which they would remain consistently true, not only in the family, but also in the public sphere. The confrontation with the question of equality between the language. Thank you for the invitation to the conference. What do parents of multilingual children ask about? An experience report. In my presentation today, I would like to show a catalog of the most frequent questions and possible answers regarding bi- and multilingual child raising. It is a result of my broad experience in parental work and counseling in the field of multilingualism. Within the framework of the numerous projects and seminars I have led, as well as the telephone parent counseling, I have conducted direct talks with about 300 participating parents. This work has given me a deep insight into the broad spectrum of everyday challenges faced by multilingual families. A broadening of the perspective was possible due to the contact with the families not only of Polish origin, but also with people from the whole world, especially from whole Spanish-speaking area, as well as from the Vietnamese, Kurdish, Turkish, Bulgarian, and Russian migrants communities in Berlin. The experience has been made stronger by intensive cooperation with various Berlin migrants organizations and networks. This cooperation has resulted, among other things, in the organization and moderation by me of specialist days and panel discussions, which have also provided a broad platform for exchange, not only with parents, but also with teachers. In total, about 600 people. With regard to the framework of the lecture, I have selected the 8 most frequent parenting questions. Their frequency does not emphasize their banality. On the contrary, it indicates the lack of advice, the doubts and fears that multilingual families are confronted with, in their everyday parenting. The presentation is to be perceived as a progress report and does not claim to be a complex analysis. However, the aim is to point out the problem. The possible answers given by me are presented in the form of a small guidebook and invite to an open discussion. Everyday challenges. The bilingual or multilingual raising of children seems to be a major challenge of migrant life. It is a decision that requires a deep conviction about the meaning of bilingualism and multilingualism and a confident approach to one's own origins. At the beginning of the path, it is worthwhile to be aware of the reasons, goals, and stakes involved and what they mean for the whole family. These aspects should indicate a horizon of values for parents to which they would remain consistently true not only in the family but also in the public sphere. The confrontation with the question of equality between the languages of origin and surrounding language is in fact the daily life of migrant families. It can be observed that very often in this context, concerns of parents arise on the path of bi and multilingual rising. This question 1. In which language should I speak to my child? Every family is different and creates a special language constellation. If both parents have the same language or languages of origin, they should use them consistently in contact with their own child. In the case of a mixed couple of parents, the predominant opinion among the experts is that the rule of one person, one language should be introduced. According to this principle, each parent speaks their own language of origin with their child. Thanks to this strategy, the child acquires both languages at the same time with an orientation towards two reference persons. This is a very important point. It helps the child to practice separating and differentiating language systems. It is very important that the parents themselves do not mix the language in one sentence, because they are always a language model for their children. Numerous studies show that the better the language of origin is developed, which is also strongly linked to the child's cognitive development, the faster and more efficiently the second language is acquired. As a result, parents should always talk to their children in their own language. Teaching the children the language of their surroundings is one of the most important tasks of the daycare center and school. Number 2, why should I speak with my child the language of origin? One of the most important arguments is that our language of origin is the language of our heart. In that language, we know different expressions that are best suited to the children's world. Diminutive forms, fairy tale, and cartoon quotations, and poems, rhyme, and finger games. From the language that is close to our heart, we draw words that best express our feelings and emotions, through which we appear authentic and natural to the children. We know and communicate the language of origin in the best way. Experience shows that many migrant families are still not fully aware of how crucial multilingualism can be for the development of a trusting parent-child relationship. Question number 3, how can I support the bilingual development of my child? Numerous parental counseling sessions have shown me that many parents assume that language acquisition is simply natural without additional efforts on their part. I would say yes, but no. They are often unaware of the difference between the richness of language impulses in the country of origin and the lack of them abroad. The reality of the migration experience is most different. However, the conveying of the language of origin should be thought about as much as possible and be reflected in a conscious use of both languages. The bilingual development of a child can be integrated and promoted, supported by the parents into everyday life, for example, by frequent talks and various everyday topics, naming things and activities in the presence of the child. Reading books that spark the child's interest and following the child's interest. Reading develops not only language per se, but also emotional skills like empathy and cognitive skills such as attention. Telling stories from the books, fairy tales, and family histories. In storytelling, colloquial language and emotions are conveyed to the child. Among other things, it makes the bond between the child and the parents stronger. Motivating the child to tell stories, for example, to think a new ending for a book. It strongly promotes narrative skills as well as the understanding of the connection between reasons and consequences and time and spaces, conveying the great importance of the language of origin and the positive image of the country. It is important that understanding and acceptance of all the child's languages comes from both parents. If it's questioned in the family, the child may be denied the language of origin or of the environment. The question number 4. Should I tell the kindergarten or school that my child is growing up multilingual? As already indicated, parents should consistently speak their language of origin with their own child. But it is important to communicate the reason for this openly to the community. An open exchange about the bilingualism or multilingualism of the child should already take place during the admissions interview in the kindergarten. In the ideal case, both sides see advantages in the multilingual development of the child and support goal-oriented double language acquisition. It is worth pointing that bilingualism or multilingualism is a fundamental premise of raising a child for parents. And in addition, they would like to cooperate with the kindergarten for the benefit of the child. Both sides should be support and assist each other. Such optimal conditions rarely exist. So it is all the more important to emphasize how a positive attitude to multilingualism on the part of the daycare center and at the same time language support in the center of guard to language acquisition are essential in this process. Without the well-being of the child and its complete acceptance, language acquisition can be very, very difficult. The question number 5. Should my child attend activities or classes in his or her native language? It is important to visit and take advantage of targeted language activity groups of children who speak the language of origin. It is important that the children experience the language of origin in different contexts and have contact with other children. This is an opportunity to have fun with the language and build positive associations with it. A bilingual daycare center can provide parents with strong support and empower the children with regard to their own language identity. The continuity of the language acquisition process is crucial for the comprehensive bilingual development of children. Migrant organizations and consulates offer a variety of options for the language of origin. The question number 6, why does my child reject the language of origin? There are many reasons why children reject their languages of origin. In my experience, they are on 2 levels and their interfaces, linguistic and emotional. Sometimes children simply lack the language input of their parents. Many are unaware of the importance of exposure to language in bilingual or multilingual child raising. It is a question of time periods as well as the quality of the input when and in what form the language of origin is present in the child's life. Parents who are goal-oriented and consistent in teaching the language, in conveying the language of origin, try to use every moment for the child's language development. They tell the children about everyday situations. Where are they going, what they are doing, what they are cooking today, who they meet today and why. In this way, children experience an everyday language bath. This gives them the chance to acquire vocabulary, idioms, and sentence constructions from different language styles in natural and diverse contexts. It is also the most effective way to establish language habits in children and over time to develop their narrative skills, which is a general cognitive space, can be transferred to other languages. It is a wonderful method to teach the languages of origin to the children, to integrate them into everyday life. In this way, children feel involved in parental activities and life situations, which strengthens their bond with the parents. This emotional bond and language habits, which are determined by everyday life, are for children like an anchor for the language of origin. With this, we come to the second aspect of this question, that is the emotional level. Numerous conversations with parents have shown me that when children experience negative statements, feelings, and emotions regarding their language of origin, they begin to associate them with negative experiences. As a consequence, they try to avoid the language or languages of origin. Emotional injuries in this area, lack of acceptance by other parents, by grandparents, or caregivers have a deep impact and can cause denial of the languages of origin. The question number 7. If my child has a speech impediment, Should we stop communicating in the language of origin? In contrast to the stereotypes, bilingualism or multilingualism is not in itself a cause of speech disorders. Approximately 8% of all children in Europe, regardless of how many languages they learn at the same time, show language disorders. It should also be emphasized that the first language of multilingual children is quite rarely taken into account by the majority of speech therapists and is not considered a language competence. This is particularly important for further diagnosis. If the abnormalities occur in all language of the child, it is language disorder. But if they only appear in one of the languages, it is a matter of problems with language acquisition in one language. Here there are various reasons for this. For example, lack of language input or the child's discomfort with it. There are no proven research results confirming such statements that in case of speech disorder in the child, parents should use only the environment language. On the contrary, many studies prove that bi or multilingualism is entirely beneficial for the child's general language development. In addition, the sudden loss of the language of origin can have major psycho-emotional consequences for the child as well as for the whole family. As my adult bilingual conversation partners confide. What would make sense in this case of a speech disorder is that the child simply receives appropriate speech therapy and or speech training. The question number 8, should I also speak the language of origin with my child in public? This question is often asked. The real or subjectively felt pressure from outside to have to speak the language of the environment unsettles many parents. It can have serious consequences if children only hear the language of origin in the family context. They may perceive it as an equal language. Children adopt the language habits of their reference persons and convert them into their own language use. For this reason, it is important for parents to realize that they are always a language role model for their children. They are also often a single source of the language of origin. In such cases, it is of great importance for the further linguistic, cognitive, and also emotional development of the child to provide a qualitative language input and to convey self-confidence. As I understand it, when children realize that their parents feel uncomfortable in public places, talking in their language of origin, they often begin to feel ashamed of their own language and identity, which can have various psycho-emotional consequences. In my experience, shame is one of the most common reasons why children deny their language of origin. I'm going to conclusion. One could list many more questions from parents on the subject of multilingual child raising. Because of their limited scope, I have dealt here with the 8 most common parental concerns that come from my experience in parental work in various projects. I have tried to pursue the goal of providing a transfer of knowledge between academic research and life praxis, which I see as my premise of my work. According to my observation, the unresolved concerns of parents regarding the multilingual raising of their children often influence their children's bilingual acquisition. For this reason, this area needs further in-depth research as well as continuous training and awareness raising among parents. At this point, I would like to thank all my seminar participants who gave me a deep insight into their multilingual family world and thus broadened my perspective. Thank you for your attention today.
Thank you, Anna. If you have some questions to Anna, you can ask them now. Okay. You can wait for a moment. Okay. So as there are no questions to Anna, or maybe you are still thinking about some to ask, you can write them on the chat. Now I would like to invite you for 20 minutes break. It was so called in our agenda some kind of lunch break, but I think we can shorten it a little bit because I can see that everybody might be a little bit tired right now. So 20 minutes break. So probably we meet more or less 10 past 2 p.m., 10 to 15. And then we will have the last part of our conference. It will be panel discussion. It will be more interactive part of our conference, which I invite you very warmly to participate in, because I think that some of you have some kind of examples of good practices and challenges that you experience during your contacts or your collaboration with multilingual families, with multilingual associations and so on. So we can discuss it and we can share our experience. So thank you very much for now. It's 20 minutes break and we will see again 10 to 15 past 2 p.m. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back. We can wait for a while for the rest of the participants. I hope that you managed to drink a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. So we can continue. Now I think it will be the most, maybe not say wanted, we can say that, but I think it will be more interactive part of our conference. It will be our panel discussion. Okay. Okay, so I think that we can start now, and I can ask Adam again, who was our second presenter, to start this panel discussion because he has a lot of experience in multilingualism in everyday life. So maybe we can discuss first the Europe of the future. Of course, you are very welcome to participate in this discussion. If you want to have a voice, please raise the hand, meaning clicking the symbol of the hand, then you can talk. And now I give the floor to Adam, and we can start right now.
Okay, everybody, I hope that everyone can hear me. I'll just close one of my connections, so just hang on for a moment.
Adam, I don't think I cannot hear you.
Now you should be able to hear me. Okay, I
Yes,
believe
now
that. Yeah. So I hope everyone can see and everybody can hear, because I was, excuse me, because I was on 2 connections, on Teams and Zoom at the same time. That's why multilingualism and multitasking is part of the everyday job flow. Okay, thank you for all the participants who have presented. Your insight has proved very valuable to all of us. And now it's time to open a panel discussion, so open to everybody. I'll be monitoring, and I will be asking certain questions, or maybe throwing ideas in there that we need to take into consideration right now. And I'm very interested, and we're all very interested in what you have to say. Well, we've all established clearly that multilingualism is here to stay, that it's not something that was, let's say, 20 or 30 years ago, where knowing a second language and being part of a multicultural family was something which was extremely rare. Right now, it's increasingly becoming a reality. And let's just start from the current state of affairs. And here I'm going to have to make reference to COVID. Because all of this, the idea of the family club was that people would be coming together, right? And spending time together in this environment. But right now, what the problems that we are facing right now, and we've been facing since March, is the pandemic. So I would like to ask all of you who are taking part in the project to contribute in how or if the COVID situation can affect everything that we've been working on for the past months and years, and how can we be better prepared in order to join into the family club experience, where right now in many places we're limited to being online. Would anybody like to start the conversation by raising your hand, please? Okay. Anybody? Well, because we have to understand that this is a very significant and important issue right now. From the videos that you've seen, from everything that we've done, was before we actually got challenged. This, of course, brings us closer to using contemporary tools, which, again, will be the basis of another conference probably, in how to use these tools effectively in the 21st century. But we have a very specific situation because a child, right? It's been said that these electronic devices should not be given to small children. However, right now, their lives have also been increasingly become digitized, and I'm interested in some of the dangers that you can see because of digitization that might influence this multilingual family club experience. Okay, Ivona Saran has raised her hand. Okay, Maria Bakowska.
Yes, it's me. Well, first of all, when we started educating via internet, it became really total disaster because Polish schools are generally unprepared for these. And well, of course, when we talk about students who are at the age of 14 and up, that means that they know that certain things can be done online. They prepare projects and so on. But if we talk about schools which are in rural areas, well, it's quite complicated. First of all, the access to the internet. So if we have in such a place, when we have a multilingual family, let's say there are, in the place where I live, there is a lot of Ukrainian families, and well, they start to integrate and they want to become a part of us, but well, the reality is totally different because we are not that much opened. And well, during the time when kids could enter the school, stay some time at school, meet friends, learn the language, use the language, well, whatever it was, Polish, English, German, whichever language it was taught, they could assimilate. And now, when they, well, hardly ever had a free access via internet, they were just locked down.
Right.
And that can be really problematic because, in my opinion, somehow it handicapped the whole project, the whole process.
I agree. I agree. The problem is that since multiculturalism and multilingualism is best achieved when we interact, for the first 2 months of March and April, there was actually very little interaction. So from a psychological point of view, that already pushed certain things back. And we assume that we're going further because now we can communicate, and on TV we see all these commercials showing how well we've moved forward. But the question is how this is in the long run going to affect this intercultural contact. So Magda Bakowska, I can see that you've raised your hand. Please. Magda, can you hear me? Okay, Magda's not here, or maybe she has some technical problems, although she has her raised hand, so we won't forget about you, Magda. We'll come back to you. I'm wondering about the experiences of what that looked like outside Poland. So we know that Italy was hit very bad and suffered very much. Sebastiano, maybe you can tell us something about how this pandemic affected multicultural contact because you come from a country that was hit the most at the beginning and suffered the most. Would you care to tell us a little bit about that? Okay, Sebastiano probably can't hear. Christina, can you hear me? Would you like to shut your?
Yes, I am here. Yes, so about our experience in Czech Republic, the truth is that basically when we got hit by the pandemic, it was around March, I think, when the schools closed, and the schools, it was really similar as we heard about Poland now, because some schools were just unprepared because nobody could foresee what's gonna happen. So for most of them, I would say almost all of them, it was really surprising, and I experienced many different ways how teachers handled this situation. And I must say that I was really, I cannot really say disappointed, because I cannot say that I had really big expectations, honestly, but it was kind of sad that they, for example, distance teaching in most of the Czech schools basically looked like they sent, I don't know, like scanned textbooks or something, and the students were supposed to print them out, fill them out, and scan and send back to teachers by email, which is really not the best option we can have, especially if we have platforms already and so on. And there was like really little interaction between students and the teachers. So I think that this was actually the biggest problem, not about the transfer of the knowledge or of the teaching materials, but about the social interactions, the opportunities to have social interactions. And as I learned, this is also what our students were most sad about, because this is something what is really difficult to to provide in online environment. So I think that this is something we should focus on also, because it's not only about about the providing of teaching materials, but also about social interactions.
So we ourselves have to change into more accessible, and I use accessible on purpose because we need to be accessible right now. What I'm worried about, per se, is how are we going to be spreading multiculturalism, or how we're doing it right now and how we're spreading multilingualism when we are confined to our online environment, and how we as adults look at this situation. Because again, from a child's point of view, this is becoming a new normal for him or her, right? For us, it's an ever-changing reality. But at the same time, when many of our children are constantly online, then in this sense, they're losing what was most important about our project and what is most important about our multilingual club. They have to be simply a part of a community. And here, it's changing a bit into an internet-based community. Well, from my experience, from either my students or either my pupils, just as you said, we're talking to an empty screen. So many people will refrain from that. So that'll be one of the greatest challenges for us to foster multilingualism and foster multiculturalism in a completely new digital environment. So we like difference, but on the internet, all these differences are disappearing. I don't know if anybody else from Turkey, would you like to tell us how this experience has shaped you guys over there, and how things are going, and what are your predictions, and what if this is here to stay? Will we have to change our tools? How will we spread if, again, traveling is restricted? Right, a lot of that that is our former world, which was part of the intercultural experience, is now very much limited. We can't basically, well, we can, but we're limited to many countries under quarantines, etc., etc. So once a very nice melting pot of people moving around the world from one place to another, people saw the advantages of being multilingual and being multicultural. And right now, the thing that I'm worried about is whether this online limitation is going to close us instead of keeping us constantly opening up to new experiences and new culture. Would anybody else like to weigh in on what they think we should do and how things are going to go? Yes, Zainab, would you be careful? Would you be kind enough to tell us how that is seen from your approach? Okay, so if we have technical problems with mics, because people are writing that they do have problems with microphones. I can see maybe Koban Didem, would you have something to say?
Yes, of course. I mean, with respect to your question was, because I was disconnected a while ago. So your question is about how immigrants are dealing with the issues related to COVID, like
my question was, how will we continue to promote what we do, multiculturalism, multilingualism, when in fact we are pushed into the internet and we're disconnected from physical contact? I mean, how do we handle this problem?
Yes, it's kind of difficult in Turkey because so many people, Turkish people are already having problems with connection to the internet. They cannot access online education because in the fall semester we're gonna do online education. I mean, universities and primary schools, secondary schools, high schools, and so on. I mean, some schools started doing like face-to-face education, but most of them are doing online education. So even Turkish people have problems with accessing online education. So many people do not have computers, they don't have internet connections and so on. So I can't imagine how immigrants are dealing with this. So first of all, we have to provide them with internet, I mean, basically, right? Because they cannot communicate with their teachers, and they can't receive any education. And they were already having problems. I mean, when they were in school, we have a lot of problems with immigrant children in Turkish schools, Turkish government schools. So added to that, now they can't even have access to the internet. Some of them, I believe, most of them do not have, or some of them do not have any computers at home. So, I mean, first of all, I think, what we have to do is we have to provide, computers. I mean, we have to make sure they have access to the internet. We have to make sure there's somebody, helping them at home.
You mentioned something very interesting here, because exactly when we look at immigrant families who have, I don't know, arrived a year ago, so before everything started. So they arrive in a country, they have to try to assimilate, and all of a sudden they're pushed into their apartments. They're disconnected from the entire society, and I can't even imagine how difficult it was for those people, because not only are they in a new country, in a new environment, but they can't even go outside, right? And then their only source of communication is the internet. So how are they going to become, when they're being constantly pushed in? I think the European Union has a real problem right now with this on a social level. Because remember, people who came to Europe before the COVID situation, they were ready to start their new lives. And this closed a lot of doors for many people and created a lot of different problems. So in this spreading multiculturalism through the internet, I'm wondering if that's possible, or is it just a utopia, thinking that we can still do the same, only we'll do it online? Well, I'm not sure. That's the reason why I'm focusing on this, because it was completely different for me as an experience. When I came back from Canada to Poland, everything was new for me. The problem I had most of all was because this was 1989, I think it was. So this was after the transformation from socialist Poland into capitalist. So when I arrived, not only did I spoke Polish, of course, but it wasn't a culture which was familiar to me. Everything was different, and adjusting to it, wow. And I can't imagine how it would have felt that when I would be pulled from my natural world, start adapting to a culture, and suddenly I'm locked down. That could have caused, so I'm thinking from my perspective, remembering what it was like getting to meander around this and answer the question in my head: am I Canadian or am I Polish? I didn't really know. Right now I see the benefits of being, the best of both worlds, but it was difficult then. So I can't imagine how difficult it is for small children right now when they are, again, or have been disconnected from their friends, from their new society, what kind of psychological effect that would have on them. So yeah, I mean, that's something that's worth exploring.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, I agree. I mean, they're pushed into their apartments, and like I have a daughter as we speak now. Well, she started primary school. She's 6 years old, and she's doing online education, trying to learn how to read and write in front of the computer as we speak, like now in the next room, So I mean, of course, like I sit with her from like 9:30 to 4:30. It's very challenging, although she speaks Turkish, English, and so on, but yeah, it's very hard for immigrant students. Our immigration, there's an immigration, of course, I mean, immigration offices are everywhere in Turkey, and I'm not sure what they're doing, but I went to a conference in December in Turkey, in Izmir, from the west part of Turkey, and they're doing such a great job informing families, trying to integrate them, into the Turkish school system, and they track them because as far as I remember, I mean, they say something like they have to get permission if they're going to change cities and so on. So I mean, I was really surprised, to hear the things that they were doing, and very professionals. I mean, very professional people. But at this point, during COVID, I'm not sure. I don't know what really happened. If I don't know if how much contact they had with them, and what kind of things did they provide. But as I said before, like even Turkish families do not have the technological tools to access online education. So, but I'm sure they're doing. I mean, the people working at the immigration office, I'm sure they're doing whatever they can to help families. So, but communication, is a big problem in Turkey in public schools. Immigrant students cannot communicate because their Turkish is not very well, and we don't have Turkish as a foreign language. I think they are like provided 2 hours a week or so on. I mean, it's not enough, and not every school does that. So they already had this communication problem at school. So it's almost like, I don't want to say impossible, but it's very hard for them to do online education, like learn how to read and write in English and so on. I'm sure they're not going to be motivated. So, a lot of things should be provided to them. But yeah, but I will look into it. I'm actually really curious.
I'll share a short story from my surrounding, because the place where I live, the block of flats where I live, we also have a multilingual family living here with us. We're close friends. The wife is Japanese, and the husband is Polish. So they speak 3 languages at home. The wife and husband speak English to each other. The son and father speak Polish to each other, and the mother and the son speak Japanese to each other. So this is 3 languages in one household. So the way they were fostering the Japanese culture within the boy was they would, for the summer, they would send him to Japan to the grandparents. And he felt very much connected with that culture. He even considered himself a Polish Japanese or a Japanese Polish person. But this year, because of the travel ban, he couldn't go. And what the parents have seen is they have observed a fall in his interest in the Japanese culture because he couldn't be a part of it. Each time he came back from Japan, thanks to the contact, he had that built in him. But this year, so over a year after not going to Japan, simply using online tools didn't help that because he couldn't experience that otherness.
Yes.
So these multilingual family clubs where people come to experience this otherness, that's what this is for. I've been looking at this from a political perspective. If we look at the United States, look what closing borders have done to the US and the sharp spike of, let's call it, nationalism. And again, so if we're taken away from being together and treating things as normal, we're going to go back 20, 30 years. And then we're going to not seeing this as one big family of humans, but Syrians to Turks, Italians, Germans, whatever. So I think that this is a very big threat to our interculturalness. And we really have to tread very slowly and be aware of everything that is going on. So that's one thing I'm actually worried about. What are you about everybody else? Is there anything that you're worried about in the contemporary situation concerning spreading multilingualism and as a result multiculturalism in our European context? Anybody else? Magda, okay, Magda has her hand up, but that's yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Lovely, thank you. So I was just thinking about what you have been saying up to now. That's really interesting to reflect, and I really appreciate the good intellectual level on our discussion. So I'm thinking that we kind of tend to be very worried about the situation because it's new. But on the other hand, we forget that the youngest ones are already parts of many digital communities themselves. They're furthermore digitalized than we are. So my experience with younger kids and teenagers is that they're really doing well. They don't feel as depressed and isolated. Of course, there are always individual cases, but they're really not doing as bad as we expect. A very valid question is what happens with migrants? Do we have the tools and the resources to support migrants? And what we have here as an experience is that the British state has spent quite a lot of money on providing tools on providing specific equipment on each migrant family. And on the other hand, they have their community centers, which when you follow strict rules of communicating physically, they're also quite lively, especially when the complete lockdown was down. They managed to interact quite a bit together, and they continued actually their integration. Of course, it's always challenging to explain to people these completely new rules of communication, especially at physical level, but we don't see that the people have been completely cut off. People find their ways. Children, moreover, find their ways. So it's not really as desperate a situation. Yes, it's challenging, but on the way we are also finding new ways. We find also new things we are capable of doing. So there is always something positive. You know, we always say that we start to learn when our comfort zone ends. So this was a huge stress for all of us. We are all out of our comfort zone now. But we started to learn being out of our comfort zone, and we found out that actually we are quite capable of doing things we didn't know we were capable of doing. So from this perspective, I think we should also try to find positive aspects of the situation. And yes, for now, we don't have a complete lockdown yet, although in Liverpool, we just got a letter that we expect a complete lockdown at any moment again.
Wow.
Because we have a huge second wave. We have already 36 schools completely closed due to the pandemic. So at any moment we'll face another lockdown. We don't know for how long. But another good news, I mean, we are expecting soon our vaccine. Once there is a vaccine, it will be easier again. So this is just temporary. It's not going to last forever. And we learn from this temporary situation. So very, very hopefully by March, April, we'll have our vaccine and we'll go back to normal life.
Well, that's what we certainly hope so will happen. Oh, it's about time. Okay, so let's go to a second part of the discussion. Is it, I mean, we can all treat this as of course, as a slogan, right? Being multilingual is necessary in the contemporary world. Why is it necessary to be multilingual when everybody speaks English? So shouldn't we just learn only English? Why should we learn other languages? I mean, I'm interested why you believe and you understand that multilingualism not only fosters multiculturalism, but why it is still something that is going to push the child forward in the career, in its career in the future, but also in its greater understanding of society. Why is it important? Participants, what would you have to say if you were asked this question by somebody who knows nothing absolutely about this? Why is it important to be multilingual? Anybody who wants to come and just join the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's trying to probably say something. Anybody here? Anybody? Well, from a Polish perspective, so I can say what it looks like from why it is important, especially here in Poland. It's not, okay, Iwona, I'll let you say first. So Iwona.
Well, I think it's essential now, because if you want to get good education, if you want to pass international matura and start studying abroad, you may, without any problems. If you have money, if you have somebody who can financially support you, if you are not well off enough, you need at least 2 languages. Let's point out that even now in, well, village schools, primary schools, we teach 2 languages. Moreover, more often it's English is a must, but additionally it's French or German, as in my school. And well, children know that they need it not only for games, for communication. We've got e-twinning programs, we've got Erasmus+, and well, they know that if they have a basic knowledge of any language, they can communicate and they can easily do what they want. Another thing is that, well, there's no, let's say, obstacles within traveling. Mostly we choose now an average Polish family can afford, having holiday abroad. They choose Greece, they choose Italy, they choose Spain, or even quite distant places like Egypt and so on. And they know that if they can communicate, even at the basic level, they can see more, visit more, and they can explore the world themselves. And mostly even parents who are not educated in any language, because as probably you know, before it was compulsory to speak Russian, and we were educated to speak Russian from the 5th grade, and that wasn't so popular language, especially that was not to choose but to force us to learn. And if they have a choice and they have fun with it. For example, if you are interested in music and in films, if you want to have any, let's say, new information about your favorite celebrity, I don't know, songwriter, actor, or another artist, you are looking for it on English websites. And they use it for that purpose. That's why, people know that without a basic knowledge of any language, you just get stuck. You don't improve. You don't move forward. And that's why it's very important.
Thank you. Thank you. There's also one other person right now with their hand up. So please, you can join the conversation. Okay, probably other technical difficulties happening here. Yes, extremely. Knowing, coming from my background, and I spent a lot of my life studying, because of course we're talking about multilingualism as I was talking today in the morning about our patterns of thought. So how we construct reality. For me, it's very important to be multilingual, as much multilingual, because that allows me to understand where these cultures come from, right? Because the language, almost like an algorithm, which is functioning in my brain, so I'm thinking like a computer, it allows me to understand this. And for my professional life, I've also done a lot of translation, and I teach translation at the university. So the first things that we discussed with the students is how we use our language and how much the secret language, right, the language below the language that we're using words just to communicate basic ideas, how that allows to understand these patterns. So if you think in, let's say, me thinking in Polish and in English in the same way, they're on an equal part of me, I understand certain things that within the American or Canadian culture that may be untranslatable, or you'd have to use a lot of different words to explain them. It's a much more deeper connection with that culture. That's why I always strongly believe that multilingual parents should attempt to do everything to maintain that child's multilinguality, because in a sense, that's an investment in his or her future. Because if that person is capable of thinking in 2 or 3 different ways. So again, I'm not going to go into detail before the critical age hypothesis and full lateralization of the brain. Let's not go before that. That's why you should start at the very beginning. A lot of people have also mentioned there to me, or I've heard at least from friends, that first they want the child to acquire the first language, and then we'll see, and then we'll start working on the second, because sometimes these children start speaking a bit further down the line, right? It takes longer to process. My parents spoke Polish to me at home. So my first contact with English was when I went to preschool. And from what my parents would tell me is when I only spoke or communicated Polish at home, but when I left the home and went to the English-speaking preschool, the teacher said that I sat in the corner for a week. I didn't speak to anyone. I didn't do anything. They thought that there was something wrong with me. And again, this is a story that I'm just retelling from my own from my own memory. And after a week or two, it was something about that. My parents would usually exaggerate the time, but the effect was that one day I stood up and started speaking and started interacting. So as a very young child, I don't know, 2.5, maybe 3 years old, put in that situation, and suddenly it was like my mind was reading what was going on, and then suddenly, okay, and I entered and I assimilated into it naturally. So early exposure meant development, even in terms of pronunciation, grammatical elements, vocabulary, everything that the dialect concerns. So that one exposure, that very early exposure, and as we presented in a very fun way, is something that can foster the child's subconsciousness in terms of wanting this. This has to be seen as something that the child knows is good, as opposed to, let's say, negative stereotypes say that we sometimes hear from bad people, like Poland is only for Poles, right? No, it's not, right? It's open to everybody. And once we get that understanding, but we can only get it by exposing people and young children at the very beginning to all this that multiculturalism carries with itself, so that the child wants that multicultural and multilingual element from the very beginning and sees it as natural and doesn't have to, well, what I experienced personally at being 10 years old or 9 years old when I came to Poland, that I was put in front of a choice, right? Because I wanted to speak English, because then when I learned naturally, my friends were speaking English, so I would use English also in the home, which my mother didn't like because she wanted me to work on my Polish, but I preferred English. So I started having this Polish sounding, this English accent. And the Polish people probably know what that means, sounding Polish, English, Polish. And when I went to school in Poland, I was given a choice that this is not this. But again, I consciously retained that because I wanted to be two, right? English, Polish, and not choosing one, which one is better. So if from the very early on, a child has this as natural, then it naturally doesn't need to choose. It simply accepts that difference is something natural and is not something that you have to choose from. So in this sense, having fun with the language, playing with them, and most importantly, being a part of their life. And you also not changing your culture, depending on which culture you're from. Whether, and it doesn't matter whether it's the wife or the husband or anything, just keep those things connected, because you're shaping that young person, and it's how we shape those young people. That's how the future is going to look like. So it's actually very much in our hands. So multilinguality or multiculturalism is not something that, that gives you an angle, a plus or something. It's simply the natural way, if we want to proceed to build, a better world and an easier communication level, so that we understand how other people think. Of course, differences between languages, differences between language families, absolutely. But it does really help. And that's just my personal experience. Yes, Ivona, you raised your hand.
I think you are totally right, because learning a language means also learning something about the culture. So if they are open, they can travel, they can meet other friends, and they can talk in that language. It will help them to understand certain behavior, certain situation, and the way how the people react.
Exactly. Why people reacted. They understand. Yeah. They don't have to explain to them, right? And it's creating a whole other level of communication, because suddenly these young people who grew up in multilingualism and multiculturalism, they simply know why something.
They respect each other. They respect each other.
Exactly. And that's what it's basically all about. It's fundamentally about human beings respecting each other, talking to each other, communicating. But in order to do that, we need to give them the tool, which is the language, and then show them how to use that tool correctly by understanding. And
You're
then
right.
maybe human beings will finally start doing something more better together, because we'll start understanding the very mechanics, the very nature of communication.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Is there anybody else who would like to weigh in on the conversation, or has some interesting insights from their culture or their personal background? Okay, so well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for taking part in the conversation. So what we learned is that we're going to defeat COVID, and we're going to go back and we're going to start communicating and socializing again. What we learned is that language, being multilingual, is extremely important and will help not only benefit your child from an economic career point of view, but will definitely do it on a level where we're actually building a better type of, let's say, humanity, of people who understand each other, why certain things happened. And I believe that this could be like the moral to this panel, is that by becoming multilingual, you become knowledgeable about multicultural. And multicultural means more understanding between participants of the conversation. So thank you very much. Marta, I hand the reins back over to you, and thank you for inviting. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you, Adam. It was really, really essential discussion. I also would like to thank the rest of the participants. I think that Adam just summed up our 3 years collaboration within the project, and we all know that the multilingualism and multiculturalism is very important in daily life. Now, it is time to finish our conference. I would like to remind you that on the top bar in our team, there is an evaluation questionnaire, which I really would like ask you to fill in. And within 1 week, we will send you via emails the certificates proving that you were attending this conference. I hope it was interesting for you, and I hope you are not bored, although it lasts quite a lot of time, and we experienced some technical problems. I think that it was really interesting and essential. So I would like to thank you, and I hope that maybe we will meet again, not only online, but also face to face somewhere. Thank you very much.